Okay, we had a little bit of trouble there with the laptop. You are watching Co-op for Two. We're broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Tuesday night around 11:30 p.m., October 5th, 2021. So last night I had a live stream for about 6 hours, an hour and a half, just talking, and then I played the first case of Suspects, which took about 4.5 hours. And that sort of ended on a little bit of frustration, and I was a little unsatisfied with the game, and I talked a little bit about my experiences. And I woke up this morning thinking maybe playing these live mystery games is not the way to go. Playing the mystery games live is not the way to go, because there's a certain amount of cognitive bandwidth that gets eaten up. And if I played it off the channel and took my time, maybe I wouldn't make mistakes the way I do. I feel like kind of rushed to the end after 4.5 hours. I'm trying to solve it. And in particular, in last night's episode, there was a key piece of evidence that I saw from the beginning was significant. And then in the end, that was the footprint at the back of the chair. Anyway, so I thought maybe I shouldn't be filming these. And then I thought, well, we're in opposite world with the YouTube channel. So we're just going to do everything opposite of what common sense dictates. So we're just going to keep filming these and see if we get better, see if it solves itself, see what happens. So today we're playing the second of 3 cases in the Suspects box. This is full of spoilers. You can only play these once. So if you think you might play the game yourself, don't watch this. You can watch it after you finish playing it. If you're sure you're never going to play this, then I invite you to sit down and join me as we play it. It'll probably take 4 hours or so. The other thing that occurred to me, so I was pretty hard on Suspects. I've played 2 games now, the introductory case and then the first of the 3 cases here, and I was pretty hard on it. And I think most of those criticisms I would stand by. But I was thinking, well, maybe it's unfair to judge it. It's its own thing, and maybe it's time to sort of embrace this idea that it's Agatha Christie style. It's a room, a house, a very small setting with lots of suspects, and you're just trying to figure out which person did it, what's their motive, what's their weapon. And maybe if we don't try to expect a more sprawling, epic mystery, maybe if we can appreciate it for what it is. So I'm going to try to go into case 2 with a fresh set of eyes and maybe a more generous approach to taking it on its own terms. Okay, if there is anyone in the chat, it would be nice if you said hello. I think there's probably no one here watching, which is fine. But if there is someone, say hello. I set the YouTube on ultra low latency. I mean, we're doing this as much to just get practice doing these live streams and the technology and hardware and setup to make it a little smoother. Hopefully we'll get better at it. But I'm curious how the ultra low latency method works on YouTube. On YouTube, you've got 3 settings: normal, low latency, and ultra low latency. And YouTube says that for the lower latency versions, you can't broadcast at higher resolution, but when we broadcast live, it goes out at 1080. That's what the hardware is capable of. So when we record footage, we record it at 4K, but the live streams are at 1080. So I think that shouldn't make a difference. And then the difference between low latency and ultra low latency, I don't know if it'll make a difference to a viewer. But yesterday's stream was on low latency, and it's still, there's like a delay of 10 seconds between what I film and what you would see as a viewer, which makes interacting a little difficult. So maybe the ultra low latency is better. The only problem with not having at least one person in the chat is no one can report a problem with the audio and video. And because I don't really see it on my screen, I wouldn't really know if there's a problem. In fact, I haven't even started recording it locally. So we'll just assume that it's working and get set up for chapter 2 of Suspects. Let's see what we need. We've got our notes. So chapter 2 is called The Final Act. It's got a little introduction here, which we'll read here. It's got a little pamphlet, which we haven't been authorized to look at yet, so we won't. And then it's got another document here, which we'll access when we're told. And then we've got these cards and solutions. Okay, so I've already said that this is spoilers, so you can't watch this and play it. You're either choosing to play it and watch this after you play it, or you're just gonna decide that you don't want to play this. You'd rather watch someone else play it. This is a game. I guess you can watch the previous stream, and maybe I'll do a review when I finish to learn about Suspects, but it's a brand new game. All right, let's take a look at what this is. This picture here, we've got a person, and there's the pamphlet that's over here. All right, let's read this together. Edinburgh, Scotland, 15 March 1935. Cecilia Purcell's voice trembles with emotion. Cecilia Purcell was in our last story. She was just a dance instructor. Okay. Claire, you absolutely must come to a rehearsal of my play. So many strange things have been happening. Last week, the lounge bar was vandalized. 3 days ago, a fire broke out in the wardrobe room. And now Mr. Winsley, our manager, was burglarized. Believe me, Claire, something is off here. I'm certain that all of this is no coincidence. With everything that's gone on, I thought of you and how you brilliantly solved the mystery at the Allister estate. We didn't solve it so brilliantly. I spoke to Mr. Winsley about it, and he has no problem with you coming to our rehearsal. Come quickly, Claire. My career is at stake. Remember, that's us. We're Claire Harper. Okay, we're like a little freelance friend detective in training. Our friends call us, we come solve their cases. Last week it was a strangulation murder of a pregnant woman, so right in the big leagues we went. Okay. Determined to get to the bottom of this, that morning I pushed my way through the doors of King's Theatre, a somewhat decrepit theatre on the outskirts of Edinburgh. It was 10:30 a.m. on Friday the 15th of March. No one was there to greet me, but I heard voices coming from a way off. I crossed the hall and discreetly opened the door to the auditorium. On the stage, I saw Cecilia Purcell acting out a scene with the renowned thespian George Singleton, under the direction of an enthusiastic director and the gaze of others, who were no doubt the technicians. Without making a sound, I sat down in a red velvet seat to observe the scene. I found a leaflet on the seat next to me and began to read it. Take the leaflet. Okay, that's our leaflet here. She began to read it. Okay, well, we'll read it in a second. Once I finished reading, I listened to the actors recite their text and the director bark stage directions at them. A piece of the scenery, a huge wooden sun, was moving up and down high above the stage. Suddenly, the rope holding the set gave way, and the sun crashed down on the unfortunate George Singleton. Everyone rushed to his aid, but it was too late. He had been crushed to death under the weight of the sun. The victim's body was placed in his dressing room. It was 11 o'clock. I found Cecilia Purcell struggling to control her anger. "Oh, Claire, this is terrible. The play may be cancelled. Given everything that's happened, there's no way this was just an accident. But who would want to hurt someone as sweet and delightful as George? I owe my part in this play to him. He was kind enough to suggest my name to Mr. Winsley and Mr. Callum when they were looking for an actress. I hope that we'll be able to find a replacement for him soon. Take the map of the theater, which is document B. Oh, look how cool that is. Look at that big theater. There's the stage. Balcony. All right, we'll come back to this. And it says draw card 1. So let's draw card 1. There's Cecilia Purcell. Okay. Your aim is to untangle the mystery in this case. You'll need to find out the following. Why isn't it an accident? Who is the killer? What is the motive? What specific object does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask him or her? What did George Singleton and Oliver Callum argue about? An additional question, who ransacked the bar and why? Not sure why this is labeled not with as a numbered question. It's almost like it's a bonus question of some sort. Okay, so to remind you about this game, what's different about it. In this game, it's almost all based on cards. We'll go through this quickly since you already heard this the first time. It's all based on cards, and somewhat unusually, you'll read all of them. You'll read every clue in this game before the end of it. But you've got times when you can try to guess the answers to these questions. You're also told the exact questions you'll have to answer right up front. That's another quite unusual thing for these mystery games. Normally you don't get the questionnaire until the end. So we've got these questions. We know what the questions will be. And there are about 60 cards in here. It's listed somewhere, but about 60. So after the first 30, we'll try to guess the answers to these. And if we get any of them right, we'll get 5 points. Then we'll get another chance to guess after 45 cards in total. And then we'll be able to guess again after we've seen everything. And we'll get more points based on how early we can guess the correct answers. Cards will have things like people to talk to. And the entire decision making in the game is what clues to read in what order. So because you're rewarded for figuring it out early, you're incentivized to try to be as efficient as possible with your time in terms of number of cards seen. And then at the end, we'll read this booklet, which will have our solution in it. So we can put this aside. Okay, so clearly someone is sabotaging this play, causing all sorts of things, fires, vandalization, and they finally got this guy killed, George Singleton. This woman, we already know she's kind of a friend of ours, so she's kind of above suspicion. We've got map of the theater. We can look at this card, but we've also got this, which we were told to look at right away. So let's look at this together. I guess it's not going to fit there. We'll have to look at it on this screen. All right. The Troy Winsley Company, George Singleton and Everett Moore in A Fickle Heart. A drama in 3 acts by Patricia Dalton, directed by Oliver Callum at the King's Theatre. Okay, let's see what it looks like inside. A heart shattered like glass, an unbridled passion. 3 fates that cross paths over the years. 3 fates that are determined by the fickleness of the heart. After a silence of more than 10 years, famed playwright Patricia Dalton presents an ambitious and poignant tale on a universal theme: love. Her eloquent pen intertwines the irrationality of our intimate nature, the part of us that makes our hearts flutter. Spectators will delight in seeing themselves in each of these 3 characters, for whom the author cannot hide her touching and sincere affection. George Singleton, the greatest Shakespearean actor of his generation, who hasn't lost one bit of his verve on stage. And Everett Moore, the Welsh actor, has returned from his Egyptian hiatus to once again step into the limelight for the last time. You'll notice there's a number here, so that's a clue that's available. And here's another clue that's available: the Troy Winsley Company, I guess. These are people to talk to. I think this means we can talk to Troy Winsley, the producer. 49, we can talk to Everett Moore. Oliver Callum we can talk to by going to 6. That's kind of clever way of giving you these people rather than just putting it in the text somewhere. A partner worthy of these stars, the delightful Cecilia Purcell in her first major theater role. Okay, that's 1, which the text also told us to get out. All right. And here's the back page. Stage manager Dave Thomas. We can talk to him. Set designer Paul Duchamp. Costume designer Bethany O'Connor. Lighting director Robert Wyatt. Okay, so we've got a bunch of places clues we can look up, leads we can follow. Normally we keep cards in different piles based on whether we've resolved them. Now we have to remember to also keep track of this. So I'm just going to write these out here so that we don't have to keep this pamphlet nearby. We've got 13 is Troy Winsley. Now, if you saw the first 4.5-hour playthrough stream last night, you're probably not going to believe when I say that I think this time I'm going to take my time. Now, I took my time yesterday too, but maybe not at the end. Maybe we rushed it. If Greg and I were playing, I would make us slow down and spend a little bit of time talking about our final guesses. That's sort of my role. And it really does help to have multiple people to bounce ideas, and the other person will say, wait a second, what you're saying doesn't quite make sense, or it's not convincing. Whereas if it's just yourself, if you're talking to yourself, sometimes you talk yourself into theories that have holes in them. So anyway, we're going to write these down from the pamphlet. Troy Winsley Company. We've got 6 is Oliver Callum. He's the director. We've got 49 Everett Moore. He's an actor. These are our 3 actors in this, the 3 starring actors in this play. And 1 just got killed, George Singleton. Cecilia Purcell is already out. I guess we'll just write her here for fun. Then we've got David Thomas, the stage manager. He's going to be hard for him to get hired after this, after his moon fell on someone and killed them. Then we've got 9, Bethany O'Connor, costume designer. And lastly, Robert Wyatt, the lighting director. Okay, so we can kind of put this away now. And we have yet to see any use in any of these games of any imagery on any card being significant. There's no hidden graphics. There's no subtlety in that. Cards always, so far, have told us. Although if you watched the stream last night, you know that the game kind of played a trick on us with its mechanic of lining up lines. No one in the chat. Really, no one in the chat? Or someone's in the chat and is just too shy to speak up. This is your chance. Like, you got a channel now with no one in it at midnight. You can, this is like your training wheels. All right. Let's take a look at this map. Can you guys see the numbers here? There's the stage where the thing fell and the guy just got killed. Got a balcony, a lounge bar, which we were told someone like set on fire or broke it up. We've got the scenery room, backstage, wardroom room, and then we've got here are the dressing rooms. George Singleton's dressing room, Everett Moore's dressing room, Oliver Callum's office, the director, and Troy Winsley, the producer of the company. All right, well, let's talk to Cecilia and get some background information from her. There she is. Let's see what she has to say. George and I were rehearsing a scene this morning. Mr. Callum had warned us that they would be testing the scenery and asked us not to pay any attention to what was going on behind us. Mr. Callum had us change position on the stage several times because he wasn't happy with our movements. He waved his arms all around like mad. It was horrendous, and in my opinion, completely useless. Then suddenly I heard a large crack and saw the set crash down on poor George. So we can ask her about the recent incidents, or we can question her about other members of the theater. I mean, these seem like obvious first things to do. To me, we might as well do them. So I'm going to put her here. This will be our pile. I guess we don't need this introduction anymore for now, at least not until we need the questions. Need to be reminded of the questions. But what were they? I guess we do need. I do need them right now. I want to. Why wasn't an accident? Who's the killer? What's their motive? What object do they have? Why did they argue? And who ransacked the bar? Which is a bonus question. All right, so as I was saying, we're going to keep a pile of cards that we haven't finished resolving all their options on, so we know we might want to go back to it. And then we'll have a pile for cards where we've done everything on them. All right, so I say we just take care of Cecilia's information. We're going to ask her about the recent incidents and then ask her about the other members of the theater. So first about the other incidents, which she kind of wrote to us about, but let's see. It started a week ago. The lounge bar was vandalized. Fortunately, Robert, David, and Bethany quickly whipped it back into shape. Then 3 days ago, it was the wardrobe room's turn. A fire broke out. Thanks to Mr. Thomas's watchful eye, he was able to put out the fire and avoid a catastrophe. But then yesterday, Mr. Winsley's office was broken into and everything was turned upside down. The manager seemed quite upset, but he told us that nothing had been stolen, which, if that's true, is very strange, Miss Harper. After all that, the atmosphere became quite uncomfortable. George was nervous, and Mr. Callum became more and more irritable during rehearsal. Only Everett was the same as usual, drunk. Okay? So, yeah, I mean, was someone trying to stop the production, or was someone looking for something and trying to intimidate someone to paying them up or something? Now I feel like it's not to stop the production. It was try to get something and find something. Okay, let's question her about other members of the theater. 20. There she is again, same art. I'm not going to lie, my dear. This play was only possible because George was in it. His name was the only thing that could have drawn an audience. That's the only reason I agreed to take part in it. In a play with such an awful director. Every working day is the same. Mr. Winsley opens the theater at around 8 a.m. The technical team usually arrives before 9 a.m., except for Paul, the set designer, who has trouble getting up. Rehearsals start at 10 a.m. and can go on until late in the evening. The actors and Mr. Callum usually arrive around 9:45 a.m. That said, Mr. Callum, who is usually so demanding, arrived late this morning. He didn't even go to his office. He started directing as soon as he arrived. All right, so we've got some habits of people and timelines. Theater opens at 8, technical team at 9, set designer is often late, rehearsals start at 10. Callum arrived late. He didn't even go to his office. He started directing as soon as he arrived. So if we're going to keep notes, I think we'll just reread these cards. So I'm not sure we need to keep these kinds of notes. But what you might say is that Callum arrived late and started directing. So couldn't set up the moon to fall, right? Might be our first assumption, that if he just got there and just made it, then he's not the one who rigged this thing to fall. And we do have a timeline, right? It is on this card. 15 March. She walks in 10:30 a.m. on Friday, sits down, watches them perform. 11 a.m. the thing hits the guy and they bring him to his dressing room. So somewhere between 10:30 and 11 on Friday morning is when this thing happened. All right, so this card is now finished. We've done both of her things. These cards are finished and this card is finished, right? We've resolved these cards. There's nothing more, no more clues on them. That leaves us here with clues and, of course, our set of pamphlet clues. 13, 6, 49. We've done Cecilia already. Stage director, costume designer, lighting director. All right. Anyone have any ideas of what clue they'd like to look at first? I think George Singleton wasn't the one being targeted. And they didn't care who it hit. They're just trying to either sabotage the production or threaten the producers and stuff. Let's talk to the director who was late, who we think is innocent, at least at the start. So the director is Oliver Callum. His number is 6. We got that from the brochure. Let's see what Oliver has to say. This accident is a dreadful tragedy. This play will probably never see the light of day, and I'll lose another chance to make a name for myself. It's not every day that you get to work with such well-known actors. I was so lucky, and now it's slipping away from me. We can question him about the actors. We can question him about the accident. We can question him about the rehearsals. All right. Well, he's not volunteering any information. Let's just leave this here for a second and let's decide where else to go. I'm just going to circle Oliver. We've seen his card. Maybe we do all the cards on this brochure. Let's talk to Troy Winsley. We'll get a sampling of the people we can talk to before we decide which lead to go down first. Okay, there's Troy Winsley. It's his company that's putting on this play. You must be the famous Claire Harper, whom Miss Purcell has spoken so highly of. This accident is truly a tragedy, Miss Harper. Poor George Singleton. I'm sure he would have wanted the show to go on, but I don't think it's likely now. The King's Theatre doesn't have much money, and I don't think I can find an actor of Singleton's caliber who's willing to accept such a small fee. I'm going to have to call the police. I suppose you understand that. In the meantime, I can't stop you from touring our theater. I need to start wearing my glasses for some of these. So you can question him about this morning, we can question him about the play, or we can question him about the burglary. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the pile of cards that we still have stuff to resolve on. Circle this. Let's talk to the other actor, 49. Okay, there's Everett Moore. Looks a little bit like Trevor Moore, the famous Whitest Kids You Know comedian who died recently. That was a brilliant show. I was a fan of that show. Okay, Everett Moore, 66 years old, actor. What happened to Singleton is terrible. What will become of me? It's not every day I find a job like this. This bourbon is excellent. But I won't hide the fact that with a director like ours, I don't know what was going to happen with this play. Even Singleton managed to get upset with him. I heard them arguing in Callum's office. Believe me, Miss Harper, they had quite the falling out. Question him about the argument, question him about the incident. All right, now remember, one of our questions is, what did George Singleton and Oliver Callum argue about? So strategically, for points, we'd like to get an answer to that. We'd like to get an answer. We'd like to be able to make a good guess at all of these questions before we hit 30 cards. So that's a good lead on that one. We might want to check that sooner rather than later. But I think we continue with our strategy of going through all of the cards, all of the things from the brochure, from this brochure. Okay, so let's walk our way through those. That just gives us a good starting point. I'm liking this strategy of sort of giving yourself rather than doing a depth first dive on one particular set of leads, let's give ourselves a little assortment of leads to follow. So next up is the stage director, 47. David Thomas, the stage director. Okay, There's David Thomas. Let's see what he has to say. I swear I had nothing to do with it. Paul checked the ropes last night, but he wasn't there at 9:30 as he promised to do the tests before the rehearsals. I took care of it after they started, but I didn't do anything wrong. It was sabotage. An intruder must have got into the theater. It's easy to get in. I have a master key that gives me access to every room in the theater, but during the day the doors are often left open. Question him about the technical team, question him about the incidents, and we can draw card 38 if you collected 2 key symbols. Okay, so we talked about this mechanic last time, about it being a little bit unsatisfying, but again, now we're starting this with giving the designers the benefit of the doubt. This is just a way to sort of delay getting access to certain clues until we've laid the groundwork. So this is saying, just don't worry about it. When you lay the groundwork, you'll get more information. You'll unlock something. All right, so that's not finished. We can talk to him about the incidents or the team that we're supposed to be working on the ropes and stuff. He says he has a master key to everything, but during the day the doors are often left open. Ooh. Okay. Continuing down, that was Dave Thomas, the stage director. Let's talk to Bethany O'Connor, the costume director. Card 9. These are some very attractive people that live in this world. Here's Bethany O'Connor. They're all a bit brooding and harsh looking, but... Bethany O'Connor, 27 years old. I got to the theater around 8:40 a.m. and went to say hello to Mr. Winsley. The poor man was on the floor gathering up his papers. When we finished cleaning everything up, I saw that Robert had just entered the office. He looked a little flustered. Maybe he wanted to ask Mr. Winsley for money. I know he isn't paid much. I asked him for help putting the costumes away because I'd left them all in a jumble since the fire. Robert didn't end up asking Mr. Winsley for anything, and we spent the morning together. We came running when we heard the crash and Miss Purcell's screams. Asked her about the fire in the wardrobe room, which she manages. We can question her about the other members of the theater. Okay, so she's giving us a little bit of a timeline alibi. She came in 8:40. She talked to the production guy, Winsley. Then this other guy comes in looking flustered, thinking she thought he was going to ask Mr. Winsley for something, but he never did. Oh, she's saying they spent the morning together. Maybe he wanted an alibi, or maybe he has nothing to do with anything. Okay, that's Bethany. Last person on our pamphlet list is Robert Wyatt, the lighting director, 36. Robert, something went wrong here. Or maybe I wrote down the wrong number. Let's see. So, oh, it's 35. Okay, sorry. 35. That's all right. Not important that we saw that. 35, Robert Wyatt, the lighting director. We just saw the face of the Oliver Callum director again, so that was just one of the places we could talk to, and in fact, here it is, 36, talk to him. Okay, let's talk to Robert. Are you with the police, Miss Harper? You're not? Then I don't see why I should answer your questions. But if you want my opinion, I'll give it to you. It's a terrible accident that will unfortunately tarnish the theater's reputation. I'm not sure the play will ever open. They're all saying that. And it's a pity because it seems like a lovely show. Now, if you excuse me, I have other things to do than satisfy your unhealthy curiosity. He's not very friendly, is he? We can question him about the atmosphere during rehearsals, or we can question him about his work as a lighting technician. All right. Well, we've done everyone in the pamphlet. Everything that was mentioned in the pamphlet we've gone and talked to. We have their cards. So we can put this aside now. It's just a prop. We've got all these cards of people we can talk to. We've got the company, the person who runs the whole company putting on the play. We've got that's Troy Winsley. We've got Oliver Callum, the director. We've got Everett Moore, one of the co-star actors. We've got Cecilia Purcell, who we've talked to already. So she's there. We've got David Thomas, the stage director. Bethany O'Connor, the costume designer, and Robert Wyatt, the lighting director. And then we've got all these locations. So there's a wardrobe fire, there's a burglary. What was there in the bar? She said a fire broke out in the wardrobe room. The bar was vandalized. And then on the day of, Mr. Winsley was burglarized. So that's going to be his office was burglarized. And does that match up with what our costume designer says on the morning? She went to say hello to Mr. Winsley. He was on the floor gathering up his papers. Okay. So because that information is sort of scattered a bit, I'm just going to write this down to summarize for us. First, it was the bar vandalized. Then wardrobe fire. Then Winsley office burglary. And then we've got the stage accident. Those are the four things that have happened as far as we know. I don't believe there's anything else. Strange things have been happening. Bar vandalized. Then, all within a week, bar vandalized, then fire in the wardrobe room, then burglary in Mr. Wesley, then the accident. Okay. Oh, and then there was the argument that we're asked to find out about. Where is the argument talked about? One of these people knows about it. Everett Moore that was our timeline. Everett Moore knows about the accident. He says, I heard them arguing in Callum's office. They had quite a falling out, but we don't know when. We don't know when. Presumably, well, not that morning, because we know Callum came right in and started directing. So the argument wasn't on the morning of the accident. All right. So we could at some point we'll want to, well, we'll go to all of these places, obviously. We see everything before the case is over. But early on, it would be nice to answer some of these questions. So why wasn't an accident? I guess that's asking for a little more proof that the thing didn't fall by mistake. We talked to the stage manager, says he checked it. He's convinced it's sabotage, although I don't think that's evidence for this. We don't know who the killer is. We don't know their motive. We don't know what object they have. Why did they argue? That's the easiest one for us to pursue first. So I think maybe we should try to pursue that first. I think maybe we take a little early break because no one has chimed in on the channel letting me know they can see the audio and video. It'd be nice to know if it's working right. On the other hand, every time I take a break and come back, we risk the problem again. But now let's take a little break, just a 5-minute break. Let everyone stretch. I'll check, make sure that the stream is actually broadcasting and I'm not just talking to myself. And I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are continuing our playthrough of Suspects Chapter 2, the final act. And everything seems to be going fine. Technically speaking. All right. Let's go down this path of trying to understand what this argument was between George Singleton and the director Oliver Callum. It is one of the questions we are tasked with solving. The sooner we can solve it, the more points we can get. Okay, let's ask about the argument. 25. Normally in these games, I have to keep much closer records of what clues we followed and what clues are available. This game makes it much easier. Makes it so you don't have to do that because you get the card. It's in your pile. You can access it at all times, and you can see exactly which cards you've had access to, and you know you're going to see them all eventually anyway. It's much more forgiving than most of the games in this genre. All right. Here we go. Without warning, Everett Moore throws his glass on the floor, shattering it to pieces. He is livid. That Callum is a bastard. He's trying to kick me out of this play and replace me, pretending that my taste for bourbon is a problem. He's trying to convince Winsley to fire me, but on stage, I'm still the best. I'm sure Singleton tried to stop him, and that's why they argued yesterday. During the day, Singleton assured me that in the end, the truth will out. He had figured out all of our so-called director's little intrigues. I like it. I like this character. Okay, so he's convinced that our guy was arguing with the director about keeping this guy in the show, and he says that he assured him the truth will out, so he knows something bad about the director. Okay, so that card is finished. This card still isn't finished, but boy, this guy seems a little unreliable and a little bit of a drunk. I'm not sure he's the most efficient way for us to gather information. We could talk to Callum and see what he says about his actors. Well, let's pursue that a little bit. We're going with the breadth first strategy. So we're asking different people a little bit, but keeping them in the rotation. So we're going to ask about the actors, 36. We're trying to be careful to not look at the tops of these cards to get any clues, but it doesn't seem like critical if you see one by accident. I'm lucky to direct two very talented actors with a very beautiful script. It's a chance I simply can't pass up, so yes, I have high expectations of everyone. But it's not that easy. Mr. Moore is a drunkard, and I know George is trying to get him to stop drinking, or at least trying to get him to stay sober for rehearsals. George, on the other hand, is a true professional, but he's a somewhat gullible man who tends to believe anything he's told. He needs constant reassurance. This can create tension. As for Miss Purcell, she's a young actress who lacks experience and needs direction. All right. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary here. He's just saying they're good actors, but one is drunk, which we know for a fact. We've seen it firsthand. And he's saying George is gullible. Okay. Not very useful information for us. Troy Winsley was burglarized. I'm tempted to ask a little bit about that. Yes, let's ask about that. We saw that one card with the symbol on it, right? That was related to the guy saying he had master key. So I'm tempted to sort of keep an eye out for cards that might have that other key. So let's ask Winsley about the burglary. 21. Part of this game of deciding what cards to look at next is sort of a, how would you say it? Like, are you really using any, is there really a reason to favor one over the other? Or are you just sort of pretending that maybe there is? And I think part of these kinds of games, especially games where you're choosing different paths, whatever, the contract you agree upon to play, the unspoken contract with these games is you say, I'm going to treat these like weighty decisions and assume that there's some reason behind the making choice A or B, even if maybe there isn't. It's just a more enjoyable way to play the game. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're pretending each decision about what lead to follow makes a difference, and that's part of the fun of the game, is sort of rationalizing what decisions you're making, even if, you know, you can make a case either way. And that's part of the fun of playing with this with another person, is to see which arguments you make can convince the other person. It was so strange. I discovered the break-in late yesterday afternoon. My office was a complete mess. Nothing was stolen, but to be honest, there was nothing to steal. An intruder must have used a crowbar to get into my office. It was probably the same person who ransacked the lounge bar. As for the fire, I think Mrs. O'Connor was just forgetful. Yes, there was an anonymous threatening letter that came about 3 weeks ago. Someone threatened to set fire to the theater if I didn't stop the production. Such nonsense. I've been around for far too long to let myself be intimidated. No, I didn't keep it. I destroyed it. He claims there was a letter saying that someone was wanted the production stopped. Was that true? If it's true, then this is about getting the production stopped. If it's not true and he's making it up, then he's involved and he's trying to distract us. All right. No unlocked key. What specific object does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask? Well, that would, if we were to answer that, it would be something related to this accident. So, let's see if we can't learn a little bit more about this moon falling. Maybe we'll go to the stage, 48. Let's go to one of these locations, 48. And there's the stage. Was it a sun that fell down? I thought it was the moon. Okay. This is where the tragedy took place, in the middle of the stage. On the floor sits the broken sun. Seeing the blood of the ill-fated George Singleton sends a chill down your spine. When you unroll the rope the prop had been hanging from, you find an end that seems to have frayed, not cut cleanly. So this isn't, someone didn't simply sabotage it. Interesting. Okay. So we have to leave open the possibility that it was a complete accident that this thing fell on him. Seems like a pretty big coincidence. Okay. Let's look at this question again. What specific object does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask him or her? Okay, well, the game is pretty clearly telling us this wasn't an accident, but it's obviously was more complicated than simply cutting the rope. If it's frayed, if it was cut, that might suggest that someone was up there and cut it. But if someone like purposely made the rope weak and like cut it a little bit, then they could have done it before. But okay, we know this is a murderer. Let's go backstage, 45. I'm feeling like in a traveling mode. Let's go to some of these places. Backstage. Okay, there we are, backstage. I do love all this art on these cards. I do find it weird that none of it is used to hide information. At least not yet. Okay. I don't remember a landscape-oriented card before. Maybe we have seen one. The backstage area of the theater is where the different sets of a play are moved around with the rigging. You can climb up the ladder to the catwalk above the stage. So we can climb up the catwalk, or we can examine the rigging. Those are the ropes that move things up and down. All right, well, I think we want to probably do both of these. Yeah? All right, let's put this in our pile. We haven't done it yet. Let's start by examining the rigging before we climb up there. That's 18. Okay, so here's our first yellow clue card of the game. The wooden posts that the ropes used to raise and lower the scenery are attached to. None of them appear to be damaged. Okay, all look good. They look in order. They look neatly tracked, not sloppy. All right, let's climb up the ladder to the catwalk. 15. If you have the spotlight card, or as soon as you draw it, draw card 40 and remove card 51 from the pile if it has not been drawn. If you have not drawn the spotlight card, draw card 51. Very interesting. All right, well, we haven't drawn the spotlight card, so we get 51. Where do you think the spotlight would be? Maybe here in the balcony, shooting down? Let's see what 51... 51 says. Above the stage. Looks a little dark on the screen, but the card looks dark as well. Okay. This is the catwalk, where the sets and the devices used to make them appear on stage are hung. You can't be afraid of heights up here. The lighting is very dim and you can't see much. I see. We had to turn on the spotlight in order to see properly up here. Okay. So this card 15 we're going to put here because it still has stuff for us to do. And I think we go to the balcony now and see if there's a spotlight there for us. I'm hoping, otherwise we're going to have to find the spotlight somewhere. Balcony, well, I mean, I do see a spotlight right there. Let's see what we got here. From the balcony, you have a bird's eye view of the entire auditorium. In one corner, there is a small door with a lighting control booth sign on it. So enter the lighting control booth, 41. Well, let's go do that. I'm going to put that here because we're completing that card with 41. Again, in many of these games recently, they've been hiding numbers and stuff, and this would be a game that would be perfectly suited for that since everything is numbers based. But I don't see it. So 41, lighting control. Okay, well this is a fun little mechanical part of this game. Lighting control booth. Okay. The key fits into the lock. The key does not fit into the lock. The key does not fit into the lock. Okay, look. This is this system where, this is the system where we can line up a card here and it's going to be a key and we can see, it'll tell us whether it fits or doesn't fit. So we have to hold on to this card until we find a key. So there's a little chain of events here. We want to be able to see what's on the catwalk. To see what's on the catwalk, we need the spotlight. To turn the spotlight on, we need to get into the lighting control booth. To get into the lighting control booth, we need a key. Now we got that little card that had a key on it. It seemed like we're going to need to find that other card to get keys. It's feeling a little bit like the escape now with this mechanical chain of things we have to do. It's feeling a little bit like Deckscape and Unlocked. Those games which also make use of large cards. It's feeling a little bit more like a puzzle in that sense. On the other hand, we don't know where to find that key. I guess this goes in this pile because we haven't finished it yet. This one we did finish. We'd like to get key. And it's lighting. Okay, who's our lighting guy? Robert Wyatt. Here's our lighting guy. Okay, so it makes sense to me that we, and he's not very friendly, but it makes sense to me that we try to run down his clues and see what he'll tell us. So let's do that. Let's do 26 and 17. We'll start with 17. Let's go. Let's not be predictable. If you're predictable, then you can be manipulated. We don't want this game to be manipulating us into always starting from the top. All right, here's 17. There's Mr. Robert Wyatt. Let's see what. No key symbol. That's unfortunate. Lighting technician. I'm a lighting designer, miss. But I guess that's the kind of subtle distinction that young women like you can't understand. It's not just a matter of pressing a switch, but of bringing a scene to life. From high above the stage, I decide on just the right angle, the right filter, that will allow me to underscore the feelings expressed on stage. And believe me, with a work that's as emotionally charged as a fickle choice, it's extremely important. But you've wasted enough of my time, Miss Harper. Please go harass someone else. Good day, Miss Harper. He doesn't want to be I mean, he's my prime suspect right now with his bad attitude. But maybe he's just in a bad mood. That was questioning him about his work as a lighting technician. Now let's question him about the atmosphere during rehearsals. And that will finish off his card. 26. Okay, Robert. No key. He's just going to tell us about people. You're a stubborn one, I see. Since the lounge bar was vandalized, the atmosphere has really gone downhill. David, Paul, Bethany, and I cleaned up the whole mess. The key to the lounge bar was in Mrs. Winsley's office. Ah, the key. Someone must have stolen it without anyone noticing. I'm certain that it's the same person who's responsible for the fire, the burglary of Mr. Winslow's office, and Mr. Singleton's accident. Are you satisfied now? Okay, that's a huge clue for us. That the key was in Mr. Winsley's office, or a key. Which key is he talking about? The key to the lounge bar. I see. So we've got multiple keys going on here. Okay. On Winsley says a good man. Singleton, a hell of an actor. Cecilia Purcell thinks this play will be her breakout role. I don't think she's cut out for the part. This guy doesn't like women. Everett Moore should lay off the bottle. Sometimes he can't control himself. Oliver Collum, the director, demanding, sometimes a bit too demanding. David Thomas, competent and human. I don't know what that means. Paul Duchamp, a layabout who does nothing but complain. And Bethany O'Connor, a nice girl, very meticulous. Okay, so he found a woman he likes. Demanding, too demanding. David Thomas, the stage director. Okay, he says the lounge bar key was in Mr. Winsley's office, but we don't want the lounge bar key. We want the lighting control booth key up at the balcony. What specific objects does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask them? I mean, if you had to guess now, you might say that key. Let's see how many cards we've read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 9 more until we have to make our first guess about all the answers to this, which we have not a clue. Where do you think we would find that? Let's look in the scenery room. I mean, the lighting key Robert would have, but we've finished Robert's stuff. He's got nothing to tell us about. He has no way of, we have no way of asking him for the key. If our murderer has the key, then where would it be? If we're looking for a key in a place, maybe we just prioritize going to these places. All right, let's go to the scenery room, 43. I don't think we've been there yet. Here's the scenery room. Another door. Is it going to be locked like the other door? Yes, it is. More places to line up to check if the key fits. So here's our 2 doors. Maybe we put these up here. remind us to check these doors once we have keys. We really need to find some keys. Okay, scenery room. The balcony with the spotlight room. Shall we check the wardrobe room? Is that going to need a key again too? The lounge bar is probably going to need a key. The thing is, we'd rather not uncover these locked doors. Now we're wasting time. We're wasting time by looking at these cards. So we'd kind of rather like to do something that would get us keys. Let's talk to the manager of the company. I mean, he would seem like he might have keys. Who's the guy that says he's got the master key? Was it... Yeah, wait a second. David Thomas says, I have a master key that gives me access to every room. Let's ask him about some of these things. Maybe he'll give us the key, although... Let's question him about the technical team. He's just going to talk to us about the different people. I'd love to get his master key, but we're not allowed to ask him for it, I guess. Paul checked the ropes last night. Paul... Who is Paul? Oh, Paul must be on the team that we don't know about. All right, I'm going to ask him about the technical team, because maybe this is someone... Although, I want to look at this for a second. So, Paul Duchamp is not listed. Like, we have no card for him. Paul Duchamp. We don't have his card. But here he is mentioning him. Paul checked the ropes. So this guy is set designer. Checked ropes on card 47, that's mentioned. Okay, so let's ask him about Paul, and maybe he can give us contact information. So 39. Wow, a different symbol. Okay. Mr. Winsley opens the theater around 8 a.m. The keyboard is in his office and everyone goes there every morning. The technical team usually arrives separately before 9 a.m. Only Paul has trouble being on time. Once again this morning he didn't arrive at 9:30 like he promised. He's going to hear from me when he gets here. He's going to have to explain why the ropes gave way. Okay, here are his thoughts on people. The company owner, he hired me recently. Cecilia, a respectful actress. Everett Moore drinks too much. George Singleton, a kind actor. Oliver Callum, too demanding. Same thing the other guy said. Paul Duchamp, apart from his tardiness, he's good at his job. It makes me think... tardiness, does that mean like he's out late and he has gambling debts? Bethany is a nice girl. Robert White, he's hired at the same time as Paul. He doesn't make much, but he doesn't complain about it. Okay, if we have 3 watch symbols, we can draw. It's another card with more symbols. This game has more of that than the previous ones. Okay, but he did tell us that the keys for every room are in Troy Winsley's office. So I guess I'm gonna put that there for now, because we have done everything on it, but it's got something we might need. Does any of these have anything else we might need? No. Okay. So we've got got 3 piles now of cards. Okay. So I do want to ask him more since he's got the master key. But now I want to go to the office and see if there are keys there. So we're going to go to 14, his office, and see if those keys are still there. So his door is wide open. It looks like there's notes on the desk, and I see where the keys are hung up, but I don't... Oh, his door's been broken into. That's right. Okay. That's the break-in from last night or this morning. All right. The door has been forced open and no longer closes properly. Apart from that, there's no evidence that there has recently been a burglary in this room. All the documents are stored on the desk, and there are no apparent signs of a disturbance. There is a keyboard right next to the office door, so someone broke in here to get a key. We can examine the documents or we can examine the keyboard. All right, well, we know that the guy has been in here. I don't know, like the production company guy has been in here. If the thief didn't want the documents and the production manager didn't try to hide documents, it's hard to believe they would be too relevant for us. So I don't put them high on my priority list. But the key thing we definitely want. So let's watch keeps thinking I'm going on walks. I don't know why. I've got a message here from my friend Zachary. I don't know what. He's sending me a message talking about chatting, but there's the chat. No one's talking in it. I don't know why he's not. Zachary, why aren't you saying anything in the chat unless something's gone wrong? We don't know. But I don't know why he's not sending me a message, text message, instead of typing in the chat. Unless the chat's not working. We don't know. Okay, let's look at the keyboard, and I'll keep an eye on the chat in case Zachary wants to say something in the chat. And it is working, which we don't know. But even if it's not, that's not the worst thing. He could send me a message. I could check it out too. Okay, there's the keys, and let's see what key. This is a key piece of evidence. What key is missing, or did they break in to put the key back? Let's see what we've got. So the scenery key is available, and the director's office key is available. But look, the lighting control booth key is missing. The wardrobe key is missing, the lounge bar key is missing, and the master key is missing. We want to get into the scenery room and the lighting control room. The lighting control room is the one we actually really want to get into, and that key is missing. But we could take the scenery room key, and we could sneak into the director's office with his key. I really was hoping we could get that lighting key. But, I mean, while we're here, it seems like we should take these keys and go to those places. So, 12. Let's start with the scenery key. Okay, it's just going to be a key. It's a steel key. It's the key to the scenery room, okay? So we'll put that there. I think we go into the scenery room. I was going to just pick up this key while we're here. But that doesn't, in this game, that doesn't work like that. It's not that we're here and we have to get it. We can get it whenever we want. When we're ready to go in here, we'll pick it up. But we're just now asking ourselves, what's the most efficient use of our time? it seems to me we want to find that spotlight is our primary focus, and we have no idea where to find the lighting room key, but we're just going to look everywhere for it. So let's start by going into the scenery room with this key. Let's do this together so you can see. We line up the scenery room door with this object, and we trace across, and it says it fits. So now we can draw card 3. So that's how you know this key fits for this door. So this card is done. Now it tells us we're allowed to draw card 3. So we're going to draw card 3. So here's the scenery room unlocked. Let's see if it tells us to throw away card 43. Oh, did we find the second key? The key fits into the lock. But no matter how hard you try, you can't unlock the scenery room door with it. Upon closer examination, you can see that it's not an exact match for the lock. What? Oh, wait, what? That's the game doing a little trick on us again. The key fit. The key fit, but it didn't unlock it. That suggests to me like maybe someone replaced the key, but put the wrong key on the wrong hook. Very interesting. More importantly, perhaps, is the fact that we've now found the second key symbol. Which can draw card 38. But let's stop for a moment and talk about this. It would seem to me, so the fact that the cards lined up with the key, where was our key, made us think, okay, that's the key to this door. But now the game seems to be telling us, well, that's just telling you that the key fits in the door. We have to read these statements explicitly and not go beyond what it says. It says the key fits into the lock. So as we know, keys on the same, a key might fit into a lock but still not open it. It might be in the same family of locks. So that almost seems to be saying, hey, this key is for one of these doors, but it was put on the wrong hook. Now, one of the people mentioned that here, look at this. I just want to point this out to you. Bethany, who runs Scenery and Wardrobe, is meticulous. So she wouldn't misfile her key. So if this really is someone putting the scenery room key in the wrong place, it would suggest that it wasn't Bethany that did it. Very interesting. I think we still need that key. I think that's telling us that that key is going to open another door. And we still need to go back in the scenery, but something has to replace this card if we're ever expected to go into the scenery room, because if we ever try it again, it's going to give us that same thing. So maybe that's what this card 38 is. So let's draw card 38 and see what that card is. It is the scenery room. Okay. So it says if you got two key symbols, Then we get the scenery. Let's see what the explanation here is for this. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Okay. So it's telling us we went back to Dave Thomas for his master key. He says, "Does my master key open the scenery room?" "Of course, Miss Harper." Mr. Thomas smiles as he shakes his keys. He uses one of them to open the door and ushers you in. The scenery and props are sorted in this room. Behind a chair you find an open toolbox with a rough wooden mallet in it. Upon closer examination you notice a tiny shard of glass stuck to the mallet's head. So would that be glass used to smash up the lounge? Remember the lounge was vandalized? I think the comment about her being meticulous is meant to suggest to us that she would not have put the wrong key, like someone else was using her scenery room to hide stuff. Okay, so the scenery door, we tried to unlock, we couldn't, so we went to him to get him to unlock it. Now, does this key fit? I guess we're done with this scenery room, true. Does this key also fit in the lighting control booth? No. Let's pick up the key to that other room, the director's room now, and see if it really does fit the director's room. Okay, so the key for the director's room is 31. Copper key. According to the keyboard, this is the key to the office of Mr. McCallum, the director. Well, I just want to point out that this said it was for the scenery room, but it really wasn't, right? But this key wouldn't even fit into the scenery room door. So it's not that these were swapped. We don't know what door this key is really made for. We know it's not the scenery room. And we know from looking at doors that it's not the lighting control room. But we still think it's still for something, so we want to hold on to this. I guess we'll put these here. We're going to have to start making guesses soon. But let's check. Let's check Oliver Collins' office and see if this is the correct key for his office. So that's 37. Okay, there's the office. Of the director. Okay, so we can try to open the door with the key. So let's see what happens. Here's the purported key for this door. It does fit. So let's draw card 32, and I think we might be approaching when we have to guess. Alright, so we're in his office. We're done with this because we've opened it up. What do you see here? It's a diagram of the sun. It's this scene that he's working on. Okay. It's a windowless office filled with the smell of stale tobacco. There's a wooden table in the middle of this Spartan room with a massive ashtray on top. Behind it is a red velvet armchair. A blackboard is placed on an easel. A diagram is drawn on it in chalk. We can examine the ashtray and we can examine the blackboard. I mean, it's like hint, hint. Ashtray's got something important in it. The blackboard scene looks like it's that sun. What that would tell us is simply if someone broke into the office, they would know that today's scene, this is what's happening. Might tell us for sure who was supposed to be under that sun. Let's see if it's time for us to guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 31, yeah. Okay, so we basically have to guess now. So let's turn to our page and try to answer these questions before we resume playing. Okay, why isn't it an accident? We're going to say someone rigged the sun to fall. I mean, that doesn't seem like a... I don't know, that isn't much of a guess. It's not much of an explanation. It's basically saying it wasn't an accident because it wasn't an accident. All right, who is the killer? Let's think about this for a second. The killer is someone who didn't have access to the keys. Let's go back. Here's our list of everyone. Okay. The killer is someone who didn't have access to the keys. That's why they broke in to either replace the keys or whatever. So that means it's not the company manager because he has access to his office, which has keys to everything. It means it's not Robert Wyatt since he has a master key for everything. It's not Bethany O'Connor because she's meticulous and she wouldn't have put her key back in the wrong place. It's not going to be Cecilia Purcell. Let me show you what I'm working with here. It's not going to be Cecilia Purcell, both because she's our friend and because, yeah, she's our friend. It doesn't make sense. My gut tells me it's not the director or the drunk guy. That leaves David Thomas, the stage director. Let's look at what he says. Oh, wait, he's the guy with the master... He's the guy with the master key, not Robert. Robert's the lighting director. So not Dave Thomas, he's got a master key. And I don't think it's the drunk guy, and I don't think it's Oliver, the director. So that leaves me with two people to guess from. I mean, maybe I could make a case why I don't think it's the director. It's not going to be the drunk person. The director came right in directing, demanding. It doesn't make sense. He wants his chance to direct this thing. This is going to be a breakthrough directing job for him, so he's not going to try to sabotage this. Okay, so it's not going to be the director. And the drunk guy is too drunk and confused. Okay, so it's either Robert Wyatt, who's this guy. That's the lighting technician. There's another card for him. Why isn't his name on any of these cards? What's his root card? Is 36. Must be in here somewhere. 35. Wow, I keep reading that 30. 35. Okay, so there's Robert Wyatt. He's the guy who's very touchy and doesn't like women, and he does not want to talk to us about much. But he says it's a pity. I'm not sure the play will ever open. So it could be him, but I'm going to guess it's Paul Duchamp, the person we haven't met yet. So I'm going to guess that the answer to our question 2 is this guy, Paul Duchamp, who's the technician. He's the helper. I don't remember what his exact job is. I don't remember if his exact job was lighting. And I'm guessing that he's breaking into the office to get the keys to do this stuff. And I'm guessing that he's late, having trouble getting up because he's doing something. He's in debt, or he's the one breaking into all these places. Okay, what did George Singleton and Oliver... what specific object does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask them? We don't really know the answer to that. But I'm going to say a key of some sort. I'm hoping we find that key. But I'm guessing, like, it feels like the pieces of this puzzle have to do with who could get into what room and broke into the office to return a key and return the wrong key, something like that. So that if we found a key on them that they shouldn't have to a room that was central to it. Do you think they used the spotlight to burn the rope? Does the rope... It looked frayed, but did it look burned? Did it look scorched in any way? It kind of does look a little scorched, to be honest. It kind of does look a little black. Okay, so for number 3, what object does the murderer have on their person? So I'm going to say the key, and I'm going to say the lighting key. All right. What did they argue about? Oh, and what was motive? 3. Okay, 4 was the key. Motive. What was motive? Okay, well, Paul Duchamp is the set designer. If we believe the letters saying close it down, is there something that he's... But the set designer, like, he's going to get in trouble for that thing falling and killing him. If he was the set designer, would he really sabotage his own work? And the lighting designer would have the key. Or I still think it's him, but I don't know why the set designer. I'm going to put as a motive money. I'm going to say that my guess is going to be that somehow he owes someone money and that person wants him to do all this to sabotage this show. That's my basic guess. So money paid to sabotage. Okay. And then what did they argue about? We know everyone is saying the director is too demanding. And we know our actor is sort of a laid-back, nice guy. I'm just going to say that they argued about George telling director he's too demanding. Sort of generic answer, and hopefully we'll fill that in later. And then additional question, who ransacked the bar and why? Is that a different person? That almost sounds like it's unrelated to our murder thing. I'm going to say did someone ransack the bar because of drinking? All right, well, if we had to guess, I'm just going to put the drunk guy smashed up the bar and then hid the mallet in the scenery room. So I'm going to say it was the Everett Moore. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was related to Everett Moore's drinking, but why it would be Everett Moore and not someone smashing it up to... Like, why is it not... It's Everett Moore angry about his drinking. I mean, isn't it the same person who's doing all these sabotaging? In which case... it should be the same answer. I mean... yeah, I don't know. It's too early to try to answer that. Let's just stick with these answers and we'll try to solve this mystery properly as we play it rather than try to take these wild shots that we have no basis for making. Okay, these are back here unfinished. Is there anything here We've gotten into the scenery room. We've gotten into his office. We've gotten the double key. Okay. So we got 15 more cards before we have to make our second shot at answering. I guess this is as good a place as any to take a little 5-minute break. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back. And I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I'm Jesse Reichler. We're playing through Suspects Chapter 2, the final act. And just to fill you in on behind the scenes stuff, just looking at the low latency, I'm comparing the YouTube stream that you can watch versus what's sending out. And it looks like maybe the ultra low latency is 3 seconds or so, 4 seconds. That's pretty good. That's enough to carry on a back and forth conversation with the audience if there was an audience. Okay, so we were forced to guess at some answers to these questions, which we have no confidence in. But I did remember, this is why it's dangerous to play these things live and not be able to take a break and walk around. I did remember the whole point of that key not fitting in the scenery room door was maybe to see if it fit in the lighting room. And I can see there's the copper key that actually opened up Mr. Collins' door. So we're done with this, but look at this. Sorry, you can't see that. Okay, so look what we've got here. The key that was on the hook for the scenery room also fits the lighting control booth. So I think what we've got here is someone broke in to put the key back, put the wrong key back, or put it on the wrong hook, whatever. Let's see if it opens the lighting control booth. If not, we still need it. Okay, so it fits, so we're going to draw card 5 and see if card 5 actually has it open up or not. Oh, look at that. So it just opened the lighting control booth. All right, I want us to make a note that the lighting room key was on scenery hook. That's an important clue. That's a very important clue. And we're told the scenery woman is very meticulous, so it seems unlikely she would make that mistake. However, I will point out that the mallet used to smash things up was also in the scenery room. So it's there is a real connection with that scenery room, but someone put the lighting room key on the scenery hook. And maybe it means whoever has the scenery room key is our culprit. So if you imagine someone's got 2 keys, the scenery room, the lighting room, they should have the lighting room key. They shouldn't have the scenery room key. Okay, follow me here. Imagine it's one of the technicians who's normally allowed to access the lighting room. So he's walking around with the lighting room key. But he needs to sneak into the scenery room to hide this mallet. So he steals the scenery room key at some point. Now he's got in his pocket the scenery room key and the lighting room key. He's allowed to have the lighting room key. He's stolen the scenery room key. So he goes into the scenery room key with the stolen key. He hides this mallet or whatever. And now he has to go put the stolen scenery key back. so that no one sees he stole it. He goes into his pocket. He takes out what he thinks is the stolen scenery room key, but it's actually the lighting room key. And he puts it on the scenery room hook and leaves. So still in his pocket is the scenery room key, which he's not supposed to have. And he thinks it's the lighting room key that he is allowed to have. Okay, that's my possible theory. Here's the lighting control booth. Let's see what's going on in the lighting room and see if our theory of the burnt rope is to blame. The key creaks in the lock and the door opens, so it's true, it is the key to that door, onto a tiny staircase leading to a technical booth. The booth overlooks the theater, where large spotlights shine down on the stage. There's a stack of papers gathering dust on a small desk. We can switch on the spotlight, or we can examine the stack of papers. All right, well, we're going to probably do both of these. It was hard enough to get into this room. It seems like we should do both of these things right away. I want to look at the spotlight first. That's 54. And remember, there was a card that told us we needed the spotlight to look at. Yeah, okay, so there's the spotlight. It says you get a spotlight. All right, so one of these cards needed the spotlight to proceed. Here. If you have the spotlight, do this. If you don't have it, we got 51. Okay, so if we didn't have it originally, we got 40. 40 was going to be the dark room. All right, so let's find 40. Got cards everywhere here. That's not good. Where was 40? Did we not get? I'm sure we got 40, and I'm sure it was a dark room. Oh, sorry, we didn't get 40. We got 51 because we didn't have the spotlight, and 51 was the dark room. Okay, so there's 51, the dark room. We can't see much. So now that we have the spotlight, we throw away 51 and get 40. So we put 51 out of the game. And now we can see what's going on up there on the catwalk. Okay, we don't need this anymore. The catwalk can be inspected more easily with a spotlight shining on it. Up on a high beam, there is a glint of light, as if it were reflecting off a piece of glass. Climbing along the beam is not for everyone, and it requires a bit of agility. There is a large piece of glass stuck in the wood. It's extremely well hidden. You have difficulty removing it without hurting yourself. After climbing down, you notice that this odd piece of glass looks like a shard of broken mirror. Broken mirror. Okay. I'm still liking this theory. Is it that someone vandalized the bar lounge just to get some broken mirror and then put a piece of broken mirror glass up where the spotlight would shine and reflect and burn through the rope? And that's the mallet that broke the glass. It's reminding us that someone's got to be able to walk on with some agility over this catwalk. That seems a bit of a far-fetched murder, but I don't know. In a game like this, are we expecting a little far-fetched murder? I still blame Paul Duchamp. I still think he's our best thing, but now I have a different answer for who ransacked the bar and why. Let's see how many cards we've looked at so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. And then 34 if you count the one that we threw out of the game. So we still got a bunch. The next guess has to be made at 45 cards or thereabouts. All right. We haven't been to Everett Moore's dressing room. We haven't been to George Singleton's dressing room. We haven't been to the lounge bar, which I guess we should have gone to early if we wanted to guess why they ransacked it. Let's go there. Let's see if there's mirror glass there. There's the lounge bar. Is it going to be locked? Yep, it's locked. Well, we still got a steel key. Doesn't fit. We have no reason to believe it would. We also have the key that we got that opened the director's office. No reason that would be the right key either. I'll just keep these keys up here though. All right, so we can't get into the lounge bar without a key. It's a little odd. Everything's locked. Who would have a key to the lounge bar? Maybe Everett. Let's go to 24. Let's go to Everett's room. There's all his drinking mess, disheveled, decrepit. Doesn't look like there's anything here for us. The Welsh actor's dressing room is a pigsty. There are clothes strewn about the floor and the vanities overflowing with makeup interspersed with bourbon bottles. There's an omnipresent smell of stale tobacco that makes you wish you could air out the room. A crystal glass is standing nearby on a pedestal table. It's empty and dirty. Pointless. I still feel in the mood to go to the rest of these places. Something just occurred to me. The scenery is not the lady. She's wardrobe. That's Bethany, costume designer. Scenery is going to be the set designer, Paul Duchamp. So he is allowed to have the scenery key, but not the lighting key. I still think it works out for us. So he's not allowed to have the lighting key, but he is allowed to have the scenery key because he works there. So does he break in to take the lighting key? So that it still works. It's just he's not breaking in to return it. He's breaking in to get it. So he's allowed to have it. In the first scenario, I was saying he's not allowed to have the scenery key, so he's breaking in to put it back, and he puts the lighting key back by mistake. But now I'm thinking, okay, if he works in the scenery room and he's allowed to have the scenery key, and he's got the scenery key in his pocket that he's allowed to have, he breaks in to get the lighting key and keeps it. No, sorry. He breaks in to get the lighting key. He uses it to set up the spotlight to shine on the mirror, etc. And then he returns what he thinks is his scenery key to where it belongs. He keeps the lighting key? He keeps the lighting key. No, sorry. He keeps what he thinks is the lighting key, and he returns what he thinks is the scenery key, but it's really the lighting key. So he's walking around with what he thinks is the lighting key that he's stolen. But really, he's got his scenery key in his pocket and put the lighting key back on the scenery peg. Okay. Let's go to the wardrobe room is the woman now. I don't think she's to do with anything. So let's go to hers last. Let's go to George Singleton's dressing room and see if we can't find any clue to why he was getting into the argument with anything. Okay, here's George Singleton's room with his body in it. That's where they brought the body until the police could come. The victim's body was moved to his dressing room. George Singleton is taking his eternal rest on the sofa. On the vanity, you notice an open envelope among the stage makeup. We can examine his body, or we can examine the letter. All right, let's start with the letter. I'm a little tempted to look at his body, though. He could have something on his person that's relevant, but other than that, it just seems like it might be flavor. But let's see what this letter is. We're hoping to get some clue about why he was arguing with the director. Maybe he got another offer he's going to leave. Madam, my dear George, I have received a copy of A Fickle Heart that you sent me. I was shocked when I read it. I'm quite sure that I've seen this play before, some 15 years ago, and I can assure you that it was not the work of Patricia Dalton. The play had a different name then, but I clearly remember the love triangle and 3 characters. However, I can't for the life of me recall the author's name. I seem to remember that it was a pseudonym, as is often the case with budding authors. As a friend, I feel it is my duty to warn you. Henry Palmer. Well, that is interesting. So now, I think we know what they were arguing about with the director. He told the director, my friend says this play was not written by the author Patricia Dalton, and it had a different name. Patricia Dalton, the writer, is not someone we can interrogate. We don't know anything about. But something is fishy with this play's author. Let's look at the director again. We've got his blackboard and ashtray. And we can talk to him. Very interesting. I mean, if the play, we've got a couple possibilities. One is that the play was stolen and that the original author is upset and trying to get the production stopped. Another possibility is that the original play was put on by a pseudonym of this author. Where did we... Okay. After a silence of more than 10 years, famed playwright Patricia Dalton presents an ambitious and poignant tale on a universal theme, love. So 10 years... Okay, so one possibility is 10 years, Patricia Dalton hasn't been able to come up with an idea and she stole it. But another possibility is that it's just a red herring and she was the author 10 years ago who wrote the play and now she's just trying to republish it under a different name. I mean, that's her real name, but maybe she posted it under a pseudonym originally. I've seen this play 15 years ago. 15 years ago. And Patricia Dalton was famous 10 years ago. It does make me think she stole it. That would explain why someone was writing to the director, to the production manager, saying, you can't put on this play. I'll sue you because they stole it. You stole it from me. All right. So we haven't checked the body. There's a lot of things we haven't checked. We haven't checked the wardrobe room. We checked Everett Moore's dressing room. We checked George Singleton's room. We checked the director's office. We checked Troy Winsley's office. Stage, backstage, scenery, bar, balcony. The only place here we haven't checked is the wardrobe room. So I'm suggesting we go in there before we continue. And then we'll go back on our way. Okay. There's the wardrobe room. Look, cleaned up by the meticulous Bethany. There are costumes hanging on racks and draped over chairs waiting to be put away. A fire recently broke out on the floor in this room, but the wood floor appears intact. The smell of wax suggests that it has recently been cleaned. There are no suspicious marks on the floor and no smell of burnt materials. That's a strange fire. It does make you think that it wasn't an attempt to destroy the room. Like, you can't, there'd be more damage. There's a mirror. The mirror's in fine shape. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Except if someone was testing the mirror and a light to see if it would start a fire. I'm not sure. All right. We've gone to all the places now. Now let's look at the cards we haven't finished. We haven't gotten this clock symbol. We need 2 more of those. We haven't looked at the... maybe we'll do it this way. We haven't looked at the blackboard or the ashtray in the director's office. It seems like those are good candidates. We haven't looked at the body. We haven't made our way into the lounge room. We haven't found that key. We haven't found this, looked at the stack of papers in the lighting control booth. We haven't looked at some documents on Troy Winsley's office. And then we have a bunch of people that we haven't finished talking to. So which of these seem most promising leads to follow? Well, if we want to get into the lounge room, first of all, we'd like to find Paul Duchamp, especially if we think he could be the culprit here. I suppose the keys could be in the ashtray, could be on the dead body, or in the ashtray. The papers in the manager's office might have a letter about, here's proof that the play was stolen. Another possibility is to find this Paul Duchamp. Now, where did we hear about him? Here's David Thomas. David Thomas is the stage director. He says, Paul checked the ropes last night, but he wasn't there at 9:30 as he promised to do the test before the rehearsals. He's the one who's always late. He did check the ropes and they're fine. We know because we know a spotlight mirrored off something and burned it. But we already talked to him about the technical team. We can question him about the incidents. We haven't done that yet. Seems unlikely that they'd lead to Paul Duchamp, though. What do people say about Paul Duchamp? He says, apart from his tardiness, he's good at his job. Does anyone else say anything about Duchamp? No one has a question about it. The lighting guy says he's a layabout who doesn't do any good work. And that's about it. Not that useful. Which is most promising? I'd like to get into the lounge. I say we look at the director's office stuff. So let's start by, I think the blackboard's just going to be showing us who is going to get the thing dropped on them. But the ashtray seems intriguing to me, so let's look at that. 56 cards in this game, by the way, not 60. Okay. Due to the amount of ash, an entire sheet of paper must have been burned in this ashtray. All that's left is a bit of envelope and a small piece of paper on which you can see the end of a word. Ulmer. Well, I think we recognize that name. I think that's the letter. Yep. That's the same. Ulmer is the same letter that was sent to George, the actor, saying, hey, friend, this play was stolen. So it seems like the person who wrote to George about it also wrote to the director, and the director burned that letter. So is it possible that the director has killed George in order that he not reveal that the play was stolen? Interesting. So in that case, the director wants, but if the director wants the play to go on and he kills this guy without him, no one thinks the play can continue, that doesn't make sense. And the director didn't steal the play, so why is the director going to risk his life for a stolen play? I mean, I can see he might want to risk a lot to keep the play going, but not to kill someone who without them probably the play won't go on. But he is trying to hide this information. All right, given that we suspect he's in for something, let's look at the blackboard and see what was going on here. See if that diagram has any use to us, or if it's just going to be a generic diagram of the scene, of the set, and not be useful to us. And that will finish this card off. Okay. Recently, a diagram was drawn on the blackboard with white chalk. Act 2, Scene 3, The Stroke of Fate. So it looks like it used to be that Everett was under the sun and George was not under the sun, and someone swapped it and put George directly under the sun. Does it look like same handwriting? Yeah, it does. It sure does. It's exactly the same handwriting. So this person, whoever drew this, presumably the director, was the same person who decided to swap them out. Although you could imagine that the set designer drew up the scene. Still have a very hard time seeing why the director would kill off the lead, without whom there would probably be no play. Especially because he's already gotten a letter. Like, the letter he burned was a letter from the person saying, hey, this play is stolen. So killing off George is not going to end that problem for him. It's just going to make it worse. So it can't be that the director was trying to kill George for that reason, to cover up the stolen play, because that does, so that it will go on. That makes no sense. All right, and we still can't get into the lounge. Is it time for us to make another guess yet? 1, 2, 3. 13. 5 more. Okay, so 5 more. Rather than recounting these, maybe it'd be nice to keep track differently. Okay, in 5 more cards, we're going to have to make our next guess at these questions. Why isn't it an accident? Because someone put the mirror up there to burn through the rope. Who is the killer? We don't know that. What's the motive? To stop the play from going on? What specific objects does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask them? I'm still thinking it's the key that they shouldn't have, but we'll get back to that. What did they argue about? Well, I think they argued about the ownership of this play, the play being stolen, and then who ransacked the bar and why. I'm still thinking it was about getting that mirror, or could they have gotten a mirror from anywhere? So yeah, I'm still not sure about that, but getting into the bar would seem like it would help us answer that question, although that's like a bonus question. So, object, motive, and who's the killer? Atmosphere during rehearsals. That doesn't seem that useful. Question him about the accident. Did we already do that? That's 22. I think if we didn't already ask him about the accident, we should. That's 22. Okay, let's do that. Last night, Mr. Thomas told me that Paul would be doing some scenery tests before the rehearsal this morning. Obviously, Mr. Duchamp was late, as usual. Mr. Thomas waited for him and finally decided to do the test without him, but he started late when the actors were already there. I asked him not to pay any attention to it. We rehearsed Act 2, Scene 3 with Mr. Singleton and Miss Purcell, but I wasn't satisfied, so I had them move around on the stage a number of times until we heard that horrible cracking sound and watched in horror as the set crashed down onto poor George Singleton. It seems to me, if we're to believe in this... Yes, okay. So, think about this. If we're right about the cause of the murder being a spotlight reflecting off a mirror burning the rope, or even if you don't buy that far-fetched thing, the rope is frayed, like it wasn't precisely cut at a precise time. That would mean that the person trying to murder George wouldn't know exactly when the scenery thing would fall. The director's having them move around in different positions. Everyone agrees on that. So, like, he could be having the wrong person in the wrong place. So that, I think, tells us it's not the director. But it's the person who thought this was going to be the layout. And this is a red herring that their positions were changed, I believe. Or maybe it doesn't, maybe the person didn't care who got killed. Right? We don't think, at this point, we have no evidence to believe that George was killed for a reason. The only reason, the only way it could be specifically to keep George quiet. And I don't see how anyone benefits from that. Yes, he knew it was stolen, but if you kill him, you still get this other person who's been writing letters to them telling them it was stolen. So I don't think it was trying to kill George on purpose. I think it was just someone trying to kill anyone. And this is done. I still think it's Paul, but how do we find Paul? It's going to be this watch that's going to bring Paul out at the end. We're told Paul got hired at the same time, I believe. He's always having trouble being on time. I wonder if that's because he lives far away and he's only taken this job to sabotage it. Let's take a look. I want to hear about this fire in the wardrobe room, 55. Because I don't really understand what's going on there. So let's see. It's arson. There's no doubt about it. Someone took advantage of the fact that I left the wardrobe room door open to hide a candle under a shirt. Luckily, Mr. Thomas noticed the smoke and put out the fire. Tongues have been wagging, accusing me of being negligent. Mr. Moore was the first among them. He had very spiteful words for me. You can't imagine how much I've suffered from his accusations. Miss Harper, George Singleton was the only one who defended me. His death makes me very sad. George was a delightful and charming man, the polar opposite of Everett, who is as irritable and temperamental as a child. Okay, so someone took advantage of the fact that she left the wardrobe room open. Someone hid a candle under a shirt. I don't hid a candle under a shirt. Okay. There's the wardrobe room. I mean, maybe someone is just testing that mirror, or maybe just by accident. The mirror was reflecting and burned it. I'm thinking it was just an accident related to the person setting up that mirror to burn the rope. But then she says, Mr. Thomas noticed the smoke and put out the fire. Thomas is... Wait, who's Thomas? David Thomas. The stage manager. Is that the guy with the master key? I just want to see who that is again. Remind myself who Paul Thomas is. Oh, no. David Thomas is that guy with the master key. It's not going to be him. But he has the key to everywhere. So he noticed it, that's fine. But then Mr. Moore, tongues have been wagging, accusing me of being negligent. Mr. Moore was first among them. And Moore is Everett, he's the drunkard. Okay. All right, not very useful, but... It's a little troublesome because we've been operating under the idea that someone was trying to stop the show, and the vandalism and the fire, arson were meant, and the burglary were meant to intimidate the show into stopping. Right? Now we're thinking, no, the fire wasn't a planned fire to create damage. And I'm thinking the vandalism in the bar was maybe just to get some broken mirror. So someone wasn't trying to stop the show because those things wouldn't stop the show because the production manager can't be intimidated, but you kill off the main star that everyone thinks the play won't go on without him, that would end it. So it's still designed to stop the show. It's just that it's a little more complicated. Okay. And did we already talk to her 52? So is this card now finished? No, we didn't ask her about we didn't question her about the other members of the theater. All right, well, that's not that compelling to me to do that. Where is the lounge bar key? Does Everett have it? Have we not asked him about everything? We asked him about the argument. We could question him about the accident, but where are we going to find that key to the lounge bar? Did we look at the documents on his desk? Let's do that if we haven't. And that finishes this card. Amidst the many documents, a letter catches your eye. List of King's Theater insurance premiums. Glass breakage not reimbursed. Theft, depending on expert valuations of the stolen goods. Fire, 3,000. Accidental injury of an actor, 8,000. Accidental death of an actor, 20,000. All right, well, there's motive. This is the Agatha Christie thing. This is what a little bit of what frustrated us on previous plays, and we're going to try to take a deep breath and appreciate that that's just the nature of this game, is that lots of people have motives. So we're now being given a motive by the director. Not director, runner of the production company. He's got a motive. He can get the insurance. So you could imagine, here's a scenario for you. They're putting on this play. It's a play. The production company's not doing so well, right? We've talked to the guy. He's talked about that. There is no money, he says. They're going to put on this play that could be a real hit. All of a sudden, someone tells them, hey, this play is stolen from another author. The director gets word. He burns that letter. George Singleton gets word, and he's like, I can't go through with this. This is a stolen play. He goes to the production owner and he says, this play is stolen, I'm not going to do it. Production owner says, we'll take care of it. Production owner panics that he's going to lose all his money. His reputation's going to be ruined. And this famous play, this play that was going to get him back on his feet, can't go forward. And then he panics and thinks we'll have to kill this guy off in order to get the insurance money. That makes a little more sense than the idea that the original author is sabotaging it. If you were the original author, you would just go forward and tell everyone, hey, I wrote this, so I get the credit. So now I'm much happier with this motive being to claim the insurance. Okay, if we like that angle, then let's go back and talk to the boss. Now, he's an old man with a cane. Here's the problem. And we're told that, to plant that mirror in the catwalk, you need some agility. So, this guy cannot be working alone, if he did it. But he could be working with Paul Duchamp. Or one of the others, I guess. All right, let's read this again. This accident is truly a tragedy. I'm sure you would have wanted this show to go on. I don't think it's likely now. Yeah, he's he's finding a way to cancel this show and get the money. The King's Theater doesn't have much money, and I don't think it can find... I'm going to have to call the police, I suppose you understand. In the meantime, I can't stop you from touring our theater. Okay, let's do the rest of these that we haven't done. I think we've probably done 19. Let's see, which of these haven't we done? We haven't done 7. We haven't done 19. We've done 21. Okay, so where do you want to start? Let's start at 7 about the play. Let's see if he coughs up that he knew it was stolen. I had the unique opportunity to stage a play with George Singleton. With his reputation, we would have had a full house every night, and I could tell that there was a pile of money to be made. I didn't want to miss out on that chance, Miss Harper. George Singleton, a great loss. Cecilia, rising star, a talent that improves with time, the man for the job, an efficient and organized man, great professional. Robert Wyatt, my budget didn't allow me to hire him, but he accepted a smaller salary. Paul Duchamp, an ungrateful man who keeps asking for money and is always late. By the way, I'm guessing he hasn't arrived yet, has he? I saw his key on the board this morning. I think this guy's working with him. But his key is on the board. This is the guy who put the wrong key. Yeah. Or he murdered him. I think that's what happened. I think he murdered. No, he needs agility. He needs the guy to work with him. But maybe this guy didn't show up because he was murdered by this guy. All right, if we can find the other watch, we're going to find out what happened to Paul Duchamp. I wouldn't be surprised if he was dead. Okay, let's continue with this theory that it's still this guy working on it. So the other card we haven't done was 19. Question him about what happened this morning. And then he's done. Okay, let's see what we got here. Like every morning, I opened the theater at 8 a.m. sharp. I went to my office to tidy it up because the burglar had made a complete mess of things. I thought I heard a noise behind me around 8:15 as I was picking up some papers off the floor. The lights came on just before Miss O'Connor arrived. She came to my handicapped leg and she helped me stand up. At 9:30 a.m. Mr. Thomas arrived and came to get the master key that I used to open the theater. Just like every morning, Mr. Kellum arrived late, a little after 10. Then the rehearsal started, so I went to watch until the terrible incident occurred. So he gets there early, before everyone else. He stages the break-in. With the crowbar. If we can find that crowbar. Okay, that card is finished now. I think we have a couple more cards we can do before we have to make our next guess. We would really like this third clock. That seems related to Paul Duchamp. There are not many cards left. 56 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't look. So 46. I think that means we have one more card that we can look at. So who does he work with? David Thomas is stage director. It's either the stage director or the lighting director. There's a stack of papers in the lighting. Alright, well, I don't know what's most likely to get us this clock, but I am thinking that we need to check out these papers. So let's look at 50, the stack of papers in the lighting booth. Well, unfortunately, it's not the thing, but look what it is. It's the original play. In the midst of technical notes that read like gibberish to a novice, one document in particular catches your eye. Love's Choice, Two Suitors, One Love, One Impossible Choice, a play in 3 acts by Brett Taylor. Brett Taylor. So, the technical notes are about lighting. That's Robert Wyatt. He's the lighting person. So he knows about this other play. He's 33 years old. 15 years ago, he would have been 15, 16 years old. So he's not the author of it. But he knows about it. Or someone else who is up there with the lighting knows about it. But it seems like his documents. But what does it mean that he knows about it? Now he's saying it's a great play, but it's said that this guy's going to die. That he died because now the play's not going to go on. This guy said, oops. This guy said that Robert Wyatt shouldn't have been affordable, but he decided to work regardless, even at less pay. All right, well, I think we have to make a guess. I don't like everyone's neck deep in this. If the lighting guy knows that, I guess we should think about all our suspects. Let's look at our list and think about our suspects. All right, the production company guy, he's got the most real-world plausible motive for the insurance for an accidental death. But he's too old to have climbed up on the catwalk by himself. And so he would have had to have a person that was actually set up the murder to happen. All right, the director just does not have a good motive here. His show wouldn't go on if the lead was killed, and he wasn't behaving in a way, moving people around, that he would have a motive to stop the play or to kill George. George confronted him about the play being stolen. Killing him is not going to solve that problem. So I'm going to unmark this because now I'm thinking this does make the most sense to me. But okay. The drunk guy is just a drunk guy. He cannot plan this whole murder thing, and he has no incentive to do so. Cecilia Purcell, no, she's our friend. David Thomas, the stage director. He's the guy who sort of has the master key, who's running everything. He has no reason to break into the office to get keys, which we think is what was going on with that office. Although I guess his keys are in the office. He has to come get them in the morning. But the suspicious thing with the wrong keys being on that rack suggests to me that he didn't just go in there and get his keys. And he's just too on top of things. It doesn't seem like it's him. Bethany O'Connor, the costume designer who's meticulous. It's not her, surely. If she wrote it, why would she not come forward? She's probably too young to have written it. She's 27 years old, so that makes her not the writer of it. Okay, now the writing director, he's got this document of the play. That's what makes him seem like he would know. He knows it's stolen. Is it just because everyone has now been contacted and told that it's stolen, and so they're all independently finding out it's stolen? All right, we're going to consider this. And then Paul Duchamp, who's late and missing, seems like the most likely person to be the hired hand to help with murdering. So we've either got, or he's a red herring. But Robert Wyatt is the guy, well, it was saying how he shouldn't have taken the job. He's unaffordable, but he did anyway. Right, where does it say that? One of the things that we read about the guy, oh yeah, here. Wyatt, my budget didn't allow me to hire him, but he accepted a smaller salary. My gut tells me it's not Robert Wyatt. He's like a technician. He super values his art. And I think he just took the job because he thinks he can do a good job here. And I guess if we ask him, I guess we can, there may be some cards of his we haven't seen yet. Yeah, we asked him about his work as a lighting person, and he's really into his lighting. He says, I'm a lighting designer, you don't understand. Just the right angle, right filter. Believe me, with a work that's as emotionally charged as a fickle choice, it's extremely important, but you've wasted enough of my time. Please go harass someone else. I don't understand why he would have this. This could be planted by someone to make him look guilty, though it doesn't make him look guilty, really. I saw his key on the board this morning. What does the old man... The old man said something else about his key. Like every morning, I'm just reading his thing. Like every morning, I opened the theater at 8 sharp. I went to my office to study, to tidy up because the burglar made a mess of it. Mr. Thomas arrived and came to get the master key that I used to open the theater. Yeah, I don't know. All right. All right, well, we have to make our guesses again. So let's look at the questions. Why isn't an accident? We're going to say the mirror, burned rope, the placed mirror burned the rope. Okay. Someone planned for it to fall. Who is the killer? We got really three. We got three possibilities depending on how you look at it. We've got Winsley, the production manager, but he can't be the actual person because he couldn't have got up on that catwalk. So it's either Wyatt, the lighting person, where we found that document, the old play, or it's Paul Duchamp who's missing and we haven't found him. Okay. Next, what is the motive? Well, it's either for the insurance money or to stop the play. If you had to guess between those, I have to say the insurance is the only one that makes sense to me. You stop the play if you're the only one who wants to stop the play secretly would be the author, and the author would want to come forward. Everyone else has no reason to want to stop the play through murder. Like, if you weren't the writer of the play, I mean, maybe if you're Patricia, the fake Patricia Dalton, maybe then you want to get the play stopped so that without admitting it was stolen. But everyone else, they can come right out and say it was stolen. We're not participating. And if your livelihood depended on the play going forward, you can't stop it. Sorry, you can stop it by killing someone, but if your if your livelihood depended on the play, if you want the play to go forward, you can't kill someone to shut them up about revealing that it's a stolen play, because the stolen play, everyone got told the play was stolen. So I'm going to say insurance. What specific object do they have? I'm going to say it's the scenery room key that they thought they put back when they really put back the lighting key, which would be the second piece of evidence that it's the lighting room guy who's Wyatt. Okay. Because he's the one. Yeah, I don't know if he would keep the lighting key. 5. What did George Singleton and Oliver Kelm argue about? We're going to say it was about the stolen play. And then who ransacked the bar and why? We're going to say for the mirror. Although we really don't know if that was why, or if it had to do with drinking. And like, you could get a piece of broken mirror anywhere. Why would you have to ransack a bar for it? But even if it was for the mirror, then it would have to have been one of these people above, and we found the broken mallet in the scenery room. Is that the stage manager? Like, who owns the scene? Who owns the scenery room? Is that the stage manager, David Thomas? No. Is it the set designer? I guess that makes sense. So then we think it's Duchamp again. All right, so my best guess is it's Paul Duchamp, who runs the scenery room. He's the guy who actually did the murder, and his motive was that he's being paid by the promised by the company guy that he should do this for him in order to collect the insurance money. That's what makes sense. And the insurance money is being collected because the production company guy knows that the play can't go on. Okay, those are our answers for that. And now we've got our last 15 cards to finish off the case and try to solve it. Our last 10 cards, I guess. And I guess these cards aren't done. We've almost got the third watch. I'm guessing that that third watch is going to bring out Paul Duchamp. And it's unfortunate that we didn't do something to bring him out earlier, because that might have helped us guess. And the missing piece we don't understand is why the original play is sitting up there in the lighting room guy's office if he's not the murderer. Is there any reason to think that I'm just trying to think, for the very reasons we think Paul Duchamp is hired to kill him, like, why couldn't the lighting guy be hired to kill him? But then what if he's hired to kill him, he doesn't care if he's got that, he wouldn't need to have that manuscript of the old play. He wouldn't care about that. And there's no blackmail. Okay. And we still can't get into the lounge bar. All right, I guess let's take another little 5-minute break. Oh, look who's come in to the channel, Runender, the first person in the chat in the 3 hours we're here. Well, good morning, and we're going to take a break. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll do the last 10 or so cards and try to wrap up this case. It still feels a little iffy, but hopefully we'll understand it better by the time we get to the end. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're on part 3 of this playthrough of chapter 2 of Suspects, the final act. We're trying to figure out who murdered this guy and why. I'm wavering a little bit about whether Robert Wyatt, the lighting guy, could be the murderer. I'm trying to think, I was thinking the motive that makes sense to me is that the theater owner knew the play couldn't go on, and he's trying to collect insurance money, and so he's hired someone to help him murder this guy. But then I was thinking, but then we found these documents in the lighting room. Maybe that's a little too convenient. That suggests someone knew about this play. Robert Wyatt was the lighting designer. He's not letting on that he knows about it. But I'm trying to think, it's hard for me to imagine why he would have the motive to kill someone if he found out about this play being stolen. But then I was just trying to imagine, what if we just imagine that this is the son of the original author of the play, and he just wants revenge. But why would he wouldn't kill the one actor who's obviously upset about the play being stolen. And he would confront someone about it. Okay, it has to be the insurance with the hired hand. Okay, it's still going to be, I'm even more convinced than ever that it's that the company owner has hired this guy to be killed. And my explanation for this is that everyone in this production got a letter or something saying that this play was stolen. So they all were investigating that possibility. Or it was planted. I shouldn't say I don't know. That's the kiss of death in these games, is when you've got a nagging thought in the back of your mind that something's not quite right and you just brush it off out of frustration. So I think the least thing you owe to yourself is to come up with a plausible explanation for a piece of evidence. And my plausible piece of evidence is that someone was contacting everyone in this play, telling them that the play was stolen. And he was investigating it on his own. Something like that. We'll revise it before we solve the case in the end. But we've got more cards to look at. Let's decide which one we want to look at next. If I still think Robert Wyatt has got some questions to answer, and here, those are my favorite. I want to find Paul Duchamp. Did we finish this? 55 and 52? No, we didn't ask her about the... We didn't ask her about the other members of the theater. And we can't get into the lounge bar yet. But we really want to find Paul Duchamp. How are we going to find him? Who's most likely to unlock information about Paul Duchamp? Alright, let's do this one first, since this guy is still a wild card for us. The atmosphere during rehearsals, 26. I guess we already looked at that, so we did this guy's full thing. We did 26 and 17. There's 26. He says the atmosphere... He says Paul Duchamp was a layabout who does nothing but complain. George Singleton was a hell of an actor. The main company guy is a good man. Alright, so we've actually finished with Robert Wyatt. What are we going to find if we examine his body? I just don't think that's likely to yield fruit. So let's focus on someone else. Okay, let's talk to Dave Thomas. He knows everything that's going on. He's got master key. Maybe he can open the lounge for us. Let's question him about the incidents. We already looked at 39 with him. So let's question him about the incidents. We could have done this very early in the game, so I guess it would have been upsetting if he had that symbol on him. This morning's incident is just the latest in a long series of mishaps. They're obviously not coincidences since they've all happened so close together. It started with the vandalism in the lounge bar, even though the door is usually locked. Since we didn't have a cleaning lady, the technical team had to clean it up. Everyone pitched in when there was the fire 3 days ago. As I walked past the wardrobe room, I smelled the smoke. I managed to put out the fire, but it was a narrow escape. Then yesterday there was the burglary in Mr. Winsley's office. If you ask me, someone is trying to stop this show, but I won't take the blame for what happened this morning. There was no reason for the rope to give way. I had nothing to do with it. Alright, useless card. And now he's finished. So we've got these cards. We don't know how to get into the lounge bar. I'm going to talk to Everett more. I'm trying to find that key. Like maybe he's the drunkard. Maybe he'll give up the key. We already asked him about the argument. Let's ask him about the accident. 27. He's probably not going to have anything useful to say. It doesn't matter though because we get to see all of these and we don't get punished. So as expected, he has nothing to say. What do you think, Miss Harper? This is the worst theater. This is the worst theater in Scotland. It's a surprise this ruin is still standing at all. It's falling apart. Just take a look at my dressing room. I'm not surprised that a prop didn't hang right. It fell on George. That's too bad. A fine man. He wanted me to stop drinking. So maybe he's got the key to the lounge in his jacket. Okay. Now I'm thinking we look at the body and maybe he's got the key to the lounge in his pocket because he's trying to keep the other guy from drinking. 46. Let's try it. Come on. There it is. Okay. Okay, the black metal key. You find the black metal key in the right outer pocket of George Singleton's jacket. What door could it possibly open? Well, we think we know it's going to be this one, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so he was holding the lounge key so that his friend wouldn't drink. So card 2. Now we can go into the lounge and see what damage was done and see if it was to the mirrors. The door opens into a cozy room with red velvet armchairs. A long bar seems to be waiting for customers to arrive. There are large mirrors hung on the walls. One of them bears signs of a recent vandalism. Behind the counter, crystal cocktail glasses are stored neatly upside down, and the bourbon bottles are almost all empty. Okay, well, that settles the question of the vandalism and the mirror and the fire. It all makes complete sense that someone set up the spotlight to burn the rope to make the thing fall. So the only question is, we know the manner of death. We don't know, and we know why the bar was ransacked, but we still don't quite know who did it. However, we do know that the mallet was found in the scenery room, which is Paul Duchamp's area. The light is Robert Wyatt's area. Paul Duchamp has the scenery room. So it's actually quite interesting. They each should have control of their key. So Robert Duchamp should have the key to the scenery room, and Wyatt should have the key to the lighting box. So when we come down to the end after we've seen everything else, the thing for us to ask is, does the evidence about the keys and the key placement on the hooks tell us which person needed to steal the other key? All right, well, let's do the rest of these. Question about the other members of the theater, 52. There's still a lot of cards in here. Is there something that we didn't... I wonder if there's something we didn't do. All right, let's ask her about the other people. It's always a worry with these games. Like, you're like, was there cards that I forgot to look at? That's a little scary, but okay. Well, I can't say that the mood was good. That'll be Mr. Moore's fault. It's no secret that he's a little heavy-handed with the liquor, and Mr. Singleton was trying to help him, but it wasn't reciprocal. When we got to the scene of the tragedy, Mr. Moore wasn't there. Then, when he appeared on stage, he didn't lift a finger to help. He didn't seem too affected by it. Troy Winsley owes me 2 months' salary. He tries to use his limp to make me feel sorry for him, but it's a waste of time. Paul Duchamp, a lazy Frenchman. Helpful and cultured man. Mr. Calum's whipping boy. An unpleasant man, a failed actor, and an alcoholic. Talented actress, makes you wonder what she's doing here. Okay. Well, that finished her. I'm afraid now either one of these is going to reveal the watch and open up other stuff, or we missed something. We overlooked something. Let's find out. Question him about his actors. That's 36. We already did that one. 22. You already did that one. 56. Okay, well, that's really a bit of frustration. We had this card since the beginning of the game. If we had happened to question him about the rehearsals, we would have gotten this watch, which would have come out very early. So if that's a critical thing, we could have gotten it very early. We just, by luck, happened to get it last. Unless you think questioning about the rehearsals was something that we obviously should have done. We worked hard every day to get ready for the premiere. Every morning when I arrive around 9:45, the whole team is ready to go, and we usually finish very late in the evening. It's starting to wear on us, but I won't let anyone slow down now. Admittedly, I arrived a little late this morning, but it's nothing compared with Mr. Duchamp. Troy Winsley, he hired me. I owe him everything. A future star, Everett Moore, an incredible talent despite his problems. George Singleton, the greatest actor of his generation. David Thomas, not the best I can make do. Paul Duchamp, a layabout who needs to be driven. Bethany O'Connor, a conscientious girl. Robert Wyatt, a reserved man. Draw card 16 if we have 3 watches. And that's our 3rd watch, finally, that we've been looking for the whole game. So now we can draw card 16, which is going to be surely Paul Duchamp. Yeah. So we could have gotten him much earlier if we had gotten lucky about cards. I think that's it for this one. Okay, well, let's hear about Paul Duchamp now. Being late seems to be a way of life for Paul Duchamp, who strolls into the theater as if nothing had happened. David just told me about what happened, and he said there was a detective here. I'm all yours. Troy Winsley, a crook. The gimp should pay us. George Singleton, an actor making his comeback. Cecilia Purcell, Singleton pulled strings for her. Everett Moore can get angry when he hasn't had his drink. Oliver Callum, a dog who's all bark and seems to have been after Singleton these past few days. David Thomas, competent but exhausting. Bethany O'Connor, a complete professional. Robert Wyatt, a somewhat boring man who never complains, not even when he's not paid. Question him about the scenery. Question him about the atmosphere during the rehearsals. Well, never complains even when he's not getting paid. This leads credence to the idea that Robert Wyatt is not here for the money or the job. He's here to ruin this production. Okay, well, let's look at 11 and 28. Those are the last 2 cards. We'll just do them in order. Question him about the scenery. I don't understand how it could have happened. Mr. Thomas told me that today we were going to try making the giant sunset. I checked all the ropes last night and they were securely attached. There's no way they could have been damaged overnight. It told Mr. Thomas to be there at 9:30 a.m. to do the tests before the actors arrived, but I couldn't get out of bed. 9:30 a.m. is appallingly early. I didn't choose this job so I could work regular hours, so Mr. Thomas took care of it. He must have tested moving the sun up and down several times in a row. I suppose the rope must have snapped after that, so I guess in some way he's the one who killed Singleton. Okay, and then 28 is asking him about the atmosphere during rehearsals. The atmosphere is frightful. A manager who doesn't pay his employees, an irascible director, and a childish script. Not to mention the ransacking of the lounge bar, the fire, the burglary, and now an actor's death. How can you possibly find any motivation under the circumstances? They should all stop blaming me for being late. The atmosphere was even getting to Singleton. Something was bothering him. He had spouts with Mr. Callum during rehearsals. It got to be a point where I heard them arguing late yesterday afternoon as I past the director's office. The discussion seemed very tense if I didn't catch what they were talking about. Even if I didn't catch what they were talking about. Well, I mean, There's nothing about him that seems suspicious now. The only reason we had him picked as the accomplished is because of a mallet in the scenery room, though. That is a compelling clue. All right, we've read everything. Let's think about that piece of that, what seems the critical clue to us, of the keys in the office. I'm not sure that it's critical, but it felt critical for a long time. You could argue that someone just misplaced their keys, no big deal. But let's look at that together. So there's a break-in the office. And it's a break-in in the morning. When did the break-in occur? And now Mr. Winsley, our manager, was burglarized. Okay. So maybe the day before was the burglary or whatever. Okay, so there's a burglary in his office, but nothing was taken. And I'm thinking it was either to return keys or take keys. But he usually comes in the earliest, right? What are we told about who gets in there when? Mr. Winsley opens the theater at 8 a.m. The keyboard is in his office and everyone goes there every morning. The technical team usually arrives separately before 9. Only Paul has trouble being on time. And he didn't arrive till 9:30. Okay. So the boss goes in at 9. He says, like every morning, I open the theater at 8 sharp. You know, right, he said, that confirms with what Dave Thomas says. He goes in at 8. He goes to his office because the burglar had made a complete mess of things. I guess that's like the night before the burglar had made a mess of things. I thought I heard a noise behind me around 8:15. The lights came on just before Miss O'Connor arrived. She came to say, oh, 8:40. Does that mean he's getting in there as someone's leaving? She must have felt bad about my handicapped leg, and she helped me stand up. At 9:30, Mr. Thomas arrived and came to get the master key that I used to open the theater, just like every morning. Mr. Callum arrived late, a little after 10, and then rehearsal started. So, I think what we're being told is that the burglary happened the night before. I think. He gets in at 8, and he's caught someone leaving. I mean, it's not... Let's look at the office again and see if we're told when it happened. Yesterday was the burglary in Mr. Winsley's office. If you ask me, someone is trying to stop the show. Okay, so yesterday is the burglary. Okay, let's look at this burglary. I'm picking up all things near the burglary. Okay. All right, let's read about some of this stuff here. Here is our girl talking about what's going on. Started last week. Mr. Winsley's office was broken into yesterday. Everything was turned upside down. Nothing's been stolen. Okay. I discovered the break-in late yesterday afternoon. My office was a complete mess. Nothing was stolen. There was nothing to steal. Intruder used a crowbar to get into my office. Same person who did the bar. Guess if we found the crowbar, we'd find the person, but... And he says, yeah, there was a letter. Someone threatened to set fire to the theater if I didn't stop the production. Such nonsense. I didn't keep it, I destroyed it. That sounds fishy. Okay, here's what we found in the scenery room. Scenery and props are stored in this room. Behind the chair you find an open toolbox with a rough wooden mallet in it. Upon closer examination you notice a tiny shard of glass. Okay, so this isn't planted and it's in a toolbox that belongs in this room. So I think this is telling us that this is the person who hammered the piece of glass into the thing. We have every reason to believe this is the scenery person who's the set designer, who's Paul Duchamp. Okay, and here's the break-in scene. And then if we look at the scene, the scenery key is still in place, but it was really the lighting key. Okay, so now our theory is that Paul Duchamp was hired by the boss to kill this guy. We've got two possible theories. One is Paul Duchamp was hired by the boss to kill the guy. The other, I suppose, is that Robert Wyatt was hired by the boss to kill the guy, or Robert Wyatt, the lighting guy, wanted to sabotage this whole production and was doing it on his own, which I don't believe. So I believe the boss hired someone. But Robert Wyatt is like working for free and he's got access to everything. So it could be him. All right, but let's think about that break-in and the keys. So whether they broke in to get the keys or to put them back and make it look like a robbery, what they did was they put the lighting key onto the scenery hook. And the scenery key is not there. So let's look at our two possible culprits. If it's Paul Duchamp, he needs to break in to adjust the lighting of the spotlight, we think. I'm assuming that that's the idea, that they needed to change the angle of that spotlight. So he breaks in. The lighting key is on a space, right? The lighting key has a space. Okay, so he breaks in. He takes his scenery, his lighting key. And he comes back. He uses the lighting key to set up the spotlight the night before. And he goes and he puts it back, but he puts the wrong key back. He puts his scenery key that he has because he always has it, and he takes it by habit. And he leaves, and now he's just come back in for the next day. He's going to discover that his key doesn't work because he's got the because it's on the wrong thing. Right, he hasn't picked it up yet. He steals the lighting, and he's got his scenery, which he used to go in his office to get some supplies, whatever. He sets up the fake light. He sets up the light to point to burn the rope. And maybe he puts both keys back. But he puts them on the wrong hook. So he puts his scenery key on the lighting hook, and he puts the lighting key on the scenery hook. Then he leaves. Now it's the morning, it's the murder. He hasn't come home. He hasn't come into work yet before this murder has happened. Other people have come in. The lighting person took their lighting key. Hasn't needed to use it yet, so they are not complaining. The scenery key is what they think is the scenery key, still there because Paul Duchamp hasn't come into work yet, so he hasn't taken it from that hook to discover it's the wrong key. That makes sense to me. Hi, Jenna. Good morning. Jenna, you shouldn't be watching this if you might play this game. In fact, even if you do want to watch this, you've come in at the end, but it's nice to see you. All right, we're wrapping this up, so I have to concentrate. But I'll talk after this gets solved, although it seems pointless that anyone would want to come in the middle of this. But maybe in about 15 minutes we'll be done playing it and you won't get any spoilers, although probably there will be spoilers. Right, anyway, so the other possibility I want to consider is that the lighting guy, Robert Wyatt, was the murderer. Now, why would he need to break into the office? Why would he need to break into the office to get the lighting key? I suppose you could, well, okay, think of it this way. Even if the plan for the murderer was to come in after hours to set up the light to burn, to be aimed at the rope. So even if Robert Wyatt did need to break into the office to get his key, which all the keys are hanging up in the office, he would have no reason to touch the scenery key, right? So that key would still be on that hook. The only swap makes sense is if the person took both of those keys. So either the lighting guy took the scenery key to plant the mallet in the scenery room, which makes no sense, or it's vice versa. So now I am convinced I believe I'm convinced the only thing I would kind of like to have confirmed is that Paul Duchamp, he's the set designer. Set designer. That's the scenery, right? Question him about the scenery. I mean, yeah, that's his thing, right? That's card 11. I just want to make sure, like, that's his room. He's the one who should have the key to that, not the stage manager. What does the stage manager do? The stage manager seems like he's in charge of everything, right? He's the guy with the master key. Is that correct? Dave Thomas, he's got the master key. Okay. This is the third case we've played of this, and I said in the beginning that we were going to go more slowly to not make a mistake. The only little piece of this that's still really nagging at me is why Robert Wyatt, why in that lighting room there is the old play. Right, we found a copy of the old play in the lighting, in the on the catwalk area of the lighting. I don't even know where it is now. All right, I'm going to review our theory of the case in a second here. There's the document that we found in the lighting books, lighting documents, lighting notes, which is the original play. Okay, let's talk about our theory of this case now. Let me get the cards I need to lay out here. Okay, so here's what we think. There's this play being put on by this theater. It's like their last hope for success. The play seems great. Everyone thinks it's going to be an amazing play. They've got a very famous actor to play the lead, and they're going to make lots of money on this play. Then letters start coming in saying that the play was stolen, that it wasn't really written by what the playbill says, Patricia Dalton, but really was written 15 years ago by someone else. And here's the letter that our main actor got, saying, George, I got the copy of A Fickle Heart that you sent me, and I'm sure I've seen this play before, but not by Patricia Dalton. 15 years ago I saw it. As a friend, it's my duty to warn you. Henry Palmer. Then we found this letter from what looks like Henry Palmer to the director. So it's as if this person, Henry Palmer, is writing to everyone saying, this play is stolen. You cannot go ahead. You cannot go forward with this play. It's a stolen play. It's 15 years old. And in fact, later we find in the lighting guy's room a full manuscript of what looks like the original play, Brett Taylor, called Love's Choice. Brett Taylor could be a pseudonym or could be someone's real name. It seems like there's maybe a little evidence that the manager of the production, the owner of the theater, may have gotten such a letter as well. And on the manager's desk, we find this letter from the insurance company confirming that he's got insurance for £20,000 for accidental death of an actor. So our theory goes something like this. This Troy Winsley company putting on this play gets the information that the play is stolen, and they know this is going to be a scandal. The play will not be able to go on. The main actor's already making waves in the theater, talking to the director, arguing him with like, we can't go forward with this play because it's stolen. So our theory is that the company owner, who's down on his luck, running out of money, realizes he has to get the play canceled, but without the scandal becoming known, and collect, most importantly, the $20,000 insurance money for the dead actor. So he needs an accomplice because he's on a cane and crippled and he's 80 years old. So we're making a leap of logic that he connected with Paul Duchamp, who's the low person on this totem pole, and arranged for Paul to set up this light to burn the rope the idea is they've got a mirror, they're going to shine the spotlight. It's kind of a cartoonish thing, but the evidence is very clear that someone didn't vandalize the lounge to get a piece of mirror and then malleted in the piece of mirror in the wood above the catwalk and aimed the spotlight at that mirror, which also caused a partial fire one day. So, I mean, as cartoonish as that sounds, that's very clear that that is what happened, and that we can see the rope is sort of singed. So that seems very clear. There's the mallet with the piece of glass on it. Importantly, the mallet was found in the scenery room, which we think is where Paul Duchamp is in charge of that room. That's why we think he's involved in it. The part about Paul Duchamp always being late is not clear what the significance of that is, except maybe it helps explain why he didn't pick up his key yet and discover that it's the wrong key. We think it's the wrong key because there was a break-in the previous day, which we're guessing Paul broke in to get the lighting key, picked up his key, And after he set up the lights that night before, he left. He put what he thought was the scenery key back, but it turned out to be the lighting room key. That's our theory of the case. The only part that we're still a little uneasy about is the fact that the lighting guy acts strange, like he's taken this job, he's not complaining about not getting paid, and it was a murder by this complicated lighting setup. And he's got the full document. So I guess the alternative theory of the case would be the lighting guy is not in it for money. He's not trying to get any insurance money. He's just trying to cause the production to stop by killing someone. He doesn't really care who. It doesn't make sense. He could have killed the wrong person, and that wouldn't have stopped the show. Only by killing... If you wanted to stop the show, you have to kill the right person. The right person did get killed. But if you're the company guy, then you don't care which actor gets killed. You still get your $20,000. So it makes it a little easier to have that fall on someone. So I think we're ready to try to solve it. I feel a little more confident than in our previous games, but that does not mean I will not be surprised if this is wrong, because this game has we've yet to get this game right entirely. Okay, so that's it. Let's write down our final answers to the final questions here. Why isn't it an accident? This is the mirror spotlight rope burn that was hanging the giant wooden sun. Let's see, what's the best way to do this? I guess I can't do it so you can see it. There's no way to do it. That's okay. Okay, so it was clearly a setup to burn that prop which fell and killed the guy. Who's the killer? Here's the part that's nerve-wracking. We're going to say it's Duchamp by order of the Troy Winsley, the manager of the company. And I'm going to write down, like, this game has burned us before, so I'm just going to write down, like, our next best guess is Lyot for revenge. Doesn't make sense, but okay. If you could tie Lyot's name, like, if we could somehow... We know that the old document he has is by Brett Taylor. If when we talk to Lyot, we could find his real name is Taylor, that would change our thoughts to him doing it for revenge, but we can't, so we don't. Okay, so it's Duchamp hired by the old guy, or maybe the old guy is not crippled at all, and he's faking it. Okay, what's the motive? This is, again, you could say to stop the show would be someone's motive, the person who originally wrote it. But that doesn't make sense to me. I'm saying insurance is the motive. So I'm going to say insurance fraud. Specific object does the murderer have? Now I'm a little... So what I originally said was Well, I originally said, if you remember that, those keys, right? So the lighting key was put on the scenery rack, and the scenery key is missing, but might have been put back on the lighting rack. So I originally said that whoever has the real scenery key is the murderer. But then when we were summing up the case, I was hypothesizing that he just put the two keys in reversed order, and that the next morning the people came and took their keys. So the lighting guy took his key, took the wrong key. So that would mean our guy doesn't have that key. Let's look at the lighting guy's thing again. What does he... Paul has trouble being on time. The technical team arrives separately before 9. Well, it's still got to be the case that... Okay, so I'm going to have to revise the theory to be something like... It's the same answer. It's the specific object he has is the scenery key. But I'm going to have to make it that he broke in, he stole the lighting key. When he left, he put, as a force of habit, the key back on the scenery hook. The lighting key went on the scenery hook, and he forgot in his pocket is the scenery key. And then he left. So now he's coming in late after all this accident has happened, and he would have no way to have that scenery key in his pocket. Other than that he broke in and took it. So I'm still going to say the answer to 4 is the scenery key. Although I don't know why the lighting guy didn't complain when he came in and didn't find his lighting key. Okay, what did George Singleton and they argued about the stolen, or the rightful author of the play. Who ransacked the bar and why? Well, the murderer did for the mirror, to get a shard of mirror, which we're still saying is Duchamp. Okay, that's it. There are answers. We've got them in 3 parts so that we could get more points for them depending on how early we answer them. We actually guessed Paul Duchamp all the way. We changed to insurance midway, scenery. In place. So basically we didn't change any of our answers from stage 2 to stage 3. They're all the same, stage 2 to stage 3. So we'll either get a bunch of points or none. All right, you ready to read the answer? Is everyone in the audience ready to hear the answer? I don't have to give you the answer. You could just skip it until you play it yourself. All right. Let us read the answer. Is this going to be disappointing? Yeah, looks like we got it wrong. Okay. This was no accident. Upon climbing onto the illuminated catwalk above the stage, you discover a piece of mirror stuck in a high beam. This shard of mirror was hammered in place there using a mallet from the scenery room. Moving the set up and down caused the rope to rub against the broken glass until it finally gave way. Shard of mirror was hammered in place using a mallet. Okay, moving of the set up and down caused the rope to rub against the broken glass until it finally gave way. So it didn't burn it, but it was still the piece of mirror. Okay, who's the killer? George Singleton's murderer didn't specifically target him. The set wasn't meant to fall on any one person in particular. It was the lighting technician, Robert Wyatt, this was our second best guess, who plotted to make the scenery fall from high above the stage, but he had no intention of injuring or killing anyone. His crime is the tale of an attempt to sabotage the play that went awry. He didn't want to kill anyone. He just wanted it to fall and didn't care. What is the motive? Robert Wyatt is the true author of the play. Well, you'll remember we were checking at the very end to make sure, was there any way to tie him to the authorship of the play other than that document he saw? And we did get hung up on that document, that original play being in his possession as being confusing. Robert Wyatt is the true author of the play, which was stolen from him by Patricia Dalton. As a young man, he had been a naive, budding young author who wrote this play when he was just 18 years old. He sent it to a number of people in the theater world, hoping to see it performed. He had entitled it Love's Choice and used a pen name, Brett Taylor, an anagram of his real name. So how that would have been very satisfying if we had figured that out. That's unfortunate that we didn't get that. That's one of those things that maybe if you had taken a break for a couple hours and come back to it, that would have blown the case wide open. Okay, his play made its way into the hands of Patricia Dalton, already a prominent playwright who appropriated it years later by simply changing the title. Robert Wyatt still sometimes mixes up his original title and the title given to the play by Patricia Dalton by calling the play A Fickle Choice instead of A Fickle Heart. Okay? So when he did refer to it, we could have picked up that he referred to it by the wrong name. Not quite the wrong name, but just got one word wrong. Robert wrote to the theater. Troy Winsley received his letter, but he didn't care. Faced with this failure, he decided to take matters into his own two hands. He did everything he could to get hired at the King's Theater and agreed to be paid a pittance while keeping a low profile. Well, this was why we suspected him, but ultimately decided not to pick him. He was behind the series of events that he had hoped would derail the play and keep it from being performed. He sent a threatening letter to Troy Winsley, started a fire in the theater, burglarized the director's office, and finally caused the set to fail. Robert Wyatt, however, did not intend to kill George Singleton. He wanted to create an incident that unfortunately ended in tragedy. What specific object does the murderer have on their person that would allow you to unmask him or her? It's the key that is in Robert Wyatt's pocket. This key opens the door to the scenery room, and he has absolutely no reason whatsoever to have it on him. Robert Wyatt was the second person to arrive at the theater that morning after Troy Winsley. At about 8:10, he went to his office and saw the director from behind, sorting through his papers on the floor. He didn't go to say hello. He quietly took his usual key to the lighting control booth along with the scenery room. That's the moment when Troy Winsley heard a noise. Okay. He then went to the scenery room to get the mallet and used the key to open the door. Then he went up on the catwalk, climbed up on the beam to hide the shard of broken mirror that would rub against the rope. Not everyone is able to work at such heights. Everett Moore and Troy Winsley, who has a limp, would not have been able to go up there. His mission accomplished, Robert Wyatt returned to the scenery room to put back the mallet. He took great care to lock the door behind him. Then he went to the lighting control booth to turn on the lights in the theater. He opened the door with his usual key. Once the lights were on, he locked the door and went back down. He went back to Troy Winsley's office to return the key to the scenery room that he shouldn't have had in his possession, but Bethany and Troy were talking in the director's office, and it is then in a hurry that Robert made his fateful mistake. Instead of putting the key to the scenery room back on the keyboard, he hung the key to the lighting control booth in its place and accidentally kept the key to the scenery room in his pocket. Well, we've gathered that was the mix-up, and it was either this guy or Duchamp, who we guessed. Either of them could have mixed up those keys and would have had the wrong key in their pocket. He never had a chance to realize this mistake that morning, as Bethany O'Connor stuck with him until the incident occurred. You discovered that the scenery room door could not be opened with the key. You needed Mr. Thomas, the key opened the lighting control booth instead, the room where Robert Wyatt worked. What did they argue about? The day before the tragedy, Everett Moore and Paul Duchamp heard an argument between George and Oliver in the director's office. They didn't know what it was about, but contrary to what Everett Moore thinks, it was not about him being fired. The dispute concerned the authorship of the play A Fickle Heart, which we understood. Henry Palmer, a friend of George Singleton, has warned him that the play was probably not written by the woman who claimed to be the author card. Following Henry Palmer's letter, George went to Oliver Calhoun in search of answers. Calhoun had also received a letter from Henry Palmer revealing Patricia Dalton's plagiarism, but as a second-rate director who had never made it big, he preferred to ignore it for fear the play might be stopped. He even burned Palmer's letter and obviously did not heed George's warnings. This irritated the actor and led to their argument. Who ransacked the bar and why? Okay, we got this one wrong. It was Everett Moore who ransacked the bar. The actor's an alcoholic, and he used to go to the theater's lounge bar to imbibe. He even took a glass back to his dressing room. He was subject to mood swings and violent outbursts. But the last time he went to the bar, the bottles were all empty. Had someone noticed that the alcohol was disappearing? In a terrible fit of rage, the actor threw several glasses and empty bottles at a large mirror. George Singleton had realized that Everett Moore was helping himself to alcohol in the theater bar, so he decided to keep the key to the bar on him at all times to keep his partner from going back there. While cleaning the bar with Bethany O'Connor, Paul Duchamp, and David Thomas, Robert Wyatt pocketed the shard of mirror that would be used to sabotage the set. So instead of him breaking the mirrors to get that piece of mirror, he just found it while they were cleaning up, and that's what he used to do the murder. All right, let's calculate our score. We got the murder half correct because we said it was the mirror hammered in, but we said it was the light burning it, but it was really scraping against it. So instead of getting 4 points for that, I'll give us 2 points. Who's the killer? We got that wrong, but he was our second person. I'm going to give us 0 points for that because you don't get to make a second guess. What is the motive? We said it was for insurance, but the motive was the person wanting to stop the play. That's their play that they wrote. That would be their live stream to see performed. They wanted to stop it, so we got that wrong. What did they argue about? We got that right. That's 4 points. Additional question, who ransacked the bar? We got that wrong. So we got 6 points, which is Robert Wyatt will be suspected at first, but the lack of evidence will not allow the case to go any further. The Edinburgh police will eventually conclude that it was a terrible accident. Okay. Normally I would take a break here and come back with my final thoughts. But I guess we'll just go into them. So I've given final thoughts 3 times now. I've given my impressions 3 times. I played the introduction case and I gave my impressions. And I said I liked the system, but I found the story and the mystery lacking and sort of unbelievable / everyone could have done it. Everyone had motive. Every piece of evidence could have been read in different ways. Then yesterday I went into quite a bit of detail talking about my impressions from the game, which were quite similar. I thought the system was cool with the lining up of things. There was one thing that really rubbed me the wrong way, where the cards were lining up to say that something didn't fit, and it seemed like the game was playing a little unfair about that. I do love all these locations, and not the locations, the maps and stuff are very cool, and the whole system. You should watch my previous thoughts because there are lots of good things to like about this. And then I was thinking today, after yesterday, where again we mostly didn't solve it or got half of it right, I was thinking, well, doing these live is a bit rushed and things get overlooked, and maybe doing them live is not the way to do it. But then I thought, well, maybe I'm a little unfair to this game. Rather than expect it to be this sprawling Sherlock Holmes, really putting you in this place and scene and traveling around and meeting people, maybe I need to embrace this Agatha Christie, 12 people in a room, everyone's a potential suspect. That's the nature of this game. Maybe there's no sense complaining about it. And I really did go into this with an open heart. But I'm afraid I feel the same way as I did yesterday, with maybe one little caveat here. I mean, I really think this idea that this lighting director was the original author of this play, wrote to them secretly to tell them that the play had a different author, didn't want to say it was him, then took a job as a lighting director, started a fire. It was weird about the fire, but then wanted the play to get stopped and thought he could stop that by having something drop on the stage, but really didn't want to hurt anyone, but dropped it right, a giant thing that would kill someone, dropped it right on the stage, right where they were performing, killed an actor he respected secretly because he didn't want the play to go forward, rather than coming out and saying, hey, I wrote this. Here's the proof. I've got the document. I've got the manuscript. That is just that. It's implausible. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. 100,000 times more plausible is that that there's $20,000 to be gained by killing any of the actors. So, I mean, as a mechanical system, it works, and there's some little cute things here that are doing a little bit like the Unlocked and the Deckscape stuff, where you've combine cards and a card unlocks another card. But I really think that this game has miscalibrated what kind of evidence has to be given to implicate someone and clear others. And you could see being in the discussion and saying, well, the nature of this game is going to be, unlike Sherlock Holmes and Chronicles of Crime, the nature of this game is that everyone's going to look like a really good potential suspect. But as I understand it, one of the concepts of the Agatha Christie mysteries is that everyone looks like a good suspect until they don't. They either get killed and then you're like, oh, I thought that person was going to be the murderer, but they just got killed. And this game wants to have it both ways. It wants everyone to be a very good candidate suspect, and yet they never get eliminated, and they've got better motives than the real person who does it. And that is deeply unsatisfying. And the story, the wrap-up story of the motive for this, I found it deeply unsatisfying and unbelievable. Now, the caveat that has to be given to the authors is the two little clues that the solution tells you about. The one is that the name, the pseudonym of the original play was an acronym of his real name. And that is something that one could, an anagram, not acronym, anagram, letters rearranged. And if we had picked up on that, we did pause and say the one piece of the mystery that rubs the wrong way, that didn't have a clean explanation, was in fact that this document was sitting here in the lighting guy's office. Like, that was a red flag to us. Like, what was that doing there? And we had to come up with a plausible explanation. And the plausible explanation we came up with is that we have good evidence that that Henry Palmer is writing to everyone, telling them this is a stolen play, beware. And we guess that this guy had also been told it was a stolen play and maybe he was looking into it. But if we had spent a little more time, we wondered, is there a way to connect Brett Taylor's name to our lighting guy's name, who was Robert Wyatt? And perhaps if you were playing with multiple players, or if you took some time aside and were a little more patient, you would have noticed that. Now, the moment you notice that, the case would be over. So the moment you picked up that clue, I mean, as soon as we found this in there, maybe you could say, well, that's it. He's the guy and he's doing it for revenge. And we looked at his age. He seemed to be too young to have written it, but apparently this game says he wrote it as a 19-year-old brand new playwright. But if you had noticed that it was an anagram of the name, you could stop right there. You could have stopped, halfway in and said, okay, he wrote the play. He's trying to kill everyone and crash the play because he wrote it. So that's a very weird choice. I mean, I think we have to take ownership. We have to accept the fault of not spotting that. But I think it's also fair to say that that's sort of a game-breaking clue. You either don't spot it, and it's hard to resolve, or you do spot it, and then the whole jig is up. So there's that. And then there's also one that was a little more subtle, where he says he called it a fickle choice instead of a fickle heart. and the real name of the play is A Fickle Heart, but this one was called Love's Choice. So that's a little better of a clue. Like, if we had picked up that he used one of the words that's in this, that would have been good. So I can't completely fault this mystery. I think this thing that jumped out at us as being odd did hold the key to the solving it, and there were 2 clues about it that one could have gotten and figured out the solution. But I stand by the statement that it's ridiculous that that's the motive. That the real author of this play that's going to go on to be famous and be on the equivalent of Broadway, and the idea that he wouldn't say, hey, guys, I wrote this. The idea that he wouldn't go in and try to get that done is bizarre. The game explains it by saying he did write these anonymous letter to the author, to the company, saying, hey, it's stolen. But the idea that he would get a job and then kill someone, basically do something that was known to kill someone in this bizarre way, just seems ridiculous. But I wouldn't say it seems ridiculous, but on the other hand, not out of bounds for these kinds of things. It's fine in these games to make it a bit of a stretch and say this person's a little unstable and mentally unbalanced. So it would make more sense if they were getting revenge on the person who stole it rather than risking getting the actors killed who have nothing to do with it. Okay, in summary, again, part of the fault has to be taken by me, by the player, because there were a little bit of clues, although I argue that those clues were not good. They would either break the game or break the game by making it too easy, or needed to be more things sprinkled about. But the whole motive was not a good choice from my standpoint. That's 2 of the 3 games in the box played. I don't know if I have it in me to play a third, but that's what I said yesterday, and I played it just because of that. So maybe I'll play the third one and see what happens. But I'd be interested. I hope people have a better experience with this game than I did. I guess maybe I should say, I do love this genre, and I do love that they tried something different. But I will say that one of the reasons that the Sherlock Holmes series works so well is that there's really enjoyment provided in the experience of playing the game, of going to these places, meeting these real characters, hearing these real dialogue from this different time and different place. So much that it gives you a feeling of transporting back in time and a real enjoyment of being in this world. So that even when the mystery at the end is a little bit of a letdown, which it frequently is in these games, the pure enjoyment of being in this world is there. And I feel like this game is too thin on that it doesn't give you that enjoyment. And so when the solution to the mystery is not satisfying or feels cheap or unearned, it hurts because there's nothing to fall back on. The one thing in its favor is that you see everything. So at least at the end, you don't feel like, oh, there's something I didn't see. That's unfair. How would I have figured out to look at it? So you do get to look at everything. I do give them credit for that. All right, folks, another 4.5 hour playthrough. Maybe we'll do the third one. There's no one to show up, so it's just me. Let me stop there. In case anyone has joined, I don't know, maybe one of the designers may be watching. If so, I apologize for well, whatever. Does anyone have any questions in the stream? If there is anyone, if anyone joined, I mean, I know no one watched the whole stream, but if there's anyone in the stream who just wants to chat about whatever, you came in, you watched the last half, you watched me get frustrated. Any questions, comments from the audience? I wonder if there's a different way to play these, like play them for 4 hours and then come back the next day and try to solve it. Like, give yourself the time. I mean, it's a very artificial way, for me at least. I mean, there are some people who play these games who sit down in a session and play it and go much quicker than I do. But for me, I would, if I were to play these off camera, I would take breaks, and the likelihood that I would get stuck on that document and be like, let me really try to figure out, is higher. So there is something that gets lost by trying to play it. So I wonder if you couldn't play it and then come back the next day and solve it. Although I will say, having that anagram, having the anagram does get to this issue of trust, and like, okay, so maybe I have a little bit more trust to that designer that there was a way to connect the name. If I had more faith in this game, I might have stuck on that manuscript longer and said, how do I tie this name to one of the characters? Okay, so Jenna asks in the question, do I ever replay these detective games in a few years' time? No, I never have. It seems very hard. The Sherlock Holmes boxes have 10 mysteries in each of them, and there's like 4 boxes. There are enough of those, and as I understand it, they even changed some of them. So you could probably come back to one of those in 10 years, and you'd have a hard time remembering. But you'd eventually, like, you wouldn't be able to tell whether your intuition told you the right answer or if you're remembering the right answer. So I really don't think you can come back and replay these. You might get away with some of the more boring ones, replaying them, but I don't think it's going to be an enjoyable experience. These really are one-time things. But look, we live in an age, we're lucky. If you played Sherlock Holmes in 1980, you didn't have many choices. You had the Sherlock Holmes box. When you were done with it, you probably had to protect it and treat it like a precious resource that you didn't want to use up. And I even have some of that. Those Sherlock Holmes boxes, I feel like I don't want to play them all because once they're gone, they're gone. But we're in an age now, 2020, where these kinds of games are getting made too fast to play them all. By the time you play them all, there are new ones. So I don't think you have to worry about replaying these. I wouldn't try. There are the exit games now, which are all good, very satisfying. Sherlock Holmes boxes seem to keep coming out now. And different versions of this, different iterations. Jenna, have you played any of these games? Any of these? They don't really have an official genre, but I call them narrative detective mystery games. Have you played any of them? I did a video called So You Want to Try a Narrative Detective Mystery Game or something like that, where I talk about the different iterations of this. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, Detective Modern Crime Board Game, Vienna Connection. Oh, really? Sherlock Holmes, Jack the Ripper, and Gumshoe. You went right into the deep end. You dove right into the deep end. Okay, well, Sherlock Holmes, the Jack the Ripper cases, those are the least satisfying, most troublesome of all, maybe. They do put you in that world, but Well, those cases that don't have solutions because they're based on the real case, those are hard to play. I found those a piece of art and a fascinating experiment, but unsatisfying. I nowadays I recommend Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars box, but you could watch my So You Want to Play a Narrative Detective Mystery Game. But Chronicles of Crime I love. That's the one you can't go wrong on, I think. Gumshoe, I mean, you've picked the artistic path. Sherlock Holmes, Jack the Ripper is a kind of a work of art, an experiment to see if you can get this real unsolvable mystery into this game. Gumshoe, well, I played through all of Gumshoe. There can't be more than a couple dozen people on the planet who've played all of Gumshoe. And I recorded the first 3 days of playthrough. There's like 9 days, 10 days. I recorded the first 3. Maybe you might want to check them out after you play it. But Gumshoe is an amazingly ambitious accomplishment. And the writing is, I think, absolutely fantastic. And it really puts you in this different time and place. And it's like a double time travel because you're playing this game that's set in the 30s, but it was written in the 80s, and you can feel both of those time stamps. It doesn't feel like it was written in the modern age. It feels like it was written in the old days of gaming, and the person who wrote it was very much in touch with that Philip Marlowe 1930s world. It's fun to be in that world. And some of the busy work detective mechanics like the fingerprints, it's just very impressive game. And just unique how the cases all interweave. And I would be really curious to hear what you think of it if you play through it. I wonder if you will play through it. It's a big commitment. And you'll have to take notes. Like, if you don't take notes when you play these games yet, I made a video on how to get started with Gumshoe, or tips for advice for playing Gumshoe. So if you haven't watched that video, have you watched that video that I made? If you haven't watched that, it doesn't give away spoilers, but it talks about some tips for playing it, and I really, really recommend that. I would also say there's 2 editions of Gumshoe. It's completely out of print now. The first edition has lots of errata, and people have said it's very hard to play. So if you're getting your hands on the first edition, go to the BGG forum and try to find the threads talking about the errata and what you need to fix. Mythos Tales I liked quite a bit, but I only played 1 or 2 cases from it, and I'd like to play some more. Did you get Gumshoe on eBay? Good, okay. Yeah, watch the video. Definitely don't watch my playthrough until you finish playing through. But number 1, I'd love to hear your experience of playing it as you play it. Post on the Gumshoe videos your thoughts, or on the BGG forum, Facebook Marketplace, okay? Yeah, get it. Make sure you check the contents are all there. And but maybe watch my video on tips for playing it, or don't, but take notes. That's my big piece of advice. Take notes. Mythos Tales. How much of Mythos Tales did you play? And how much of Sherlock Holmes Jack the Ripper did you play? And did you like it? Did you play the Jack the Ripper case? Because that box, which is over there somewhere, you can't see it because of this. It's there somewhere at the edge. That Sherlock Holmes Jack the Ripper box has 3 cases that are Jack the Ripper, and then 6 or 7 cases that are independent, which I haven't played, but I heard were good. But if that's your only experience playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, don't judge it by that. try Dave Neal's box or the original box. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Dave Neal's box. That's the one that sort of revived my love of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, especially if you like writing. And I thought that the Jack the Ripper, like, it's advertised like it's ultra violent because it's based on real Jack the Ripper, and I was like, I'm in. I want one. I want like a serial killer themed detective game. That very much appeals to me. But the fact that these cases can't be solved, boy, that's like if you walk into the office and they're like, we want you to make another detective mystery game, you'd be like, wow, that is very hard task to do. It's super hard to get these mysteries with the right amount of clues and satisfying them. And then they say, oh, by the way, also, it's based on Jack the Ripper, so the clues are going to be inconsistent. Some will be fake. There is no solution. There's no right answer. And you can't give the players any sense of satisfaction or having solved it. Like, you'd be like, I'm out. So, yeah. Haven't finished Jack the Ripper left so long. I probably need to replay it. Yeah. Yeah. So, you might want to put the Jack the Ripper on the shelf and pick up Dave Neal's box. That would be my advice. And see how you like it. Or at least jump to the non-Jack the Ripper's cases in the Jack the Ripper box. The timing part of Mythos Tales. I'm not sure I love that part. I mean, Mythos Tales, it is cool how it goes through a day-night cycle, but I don't love that it gives you a very strict time window. I like to take my time and see everything. But I did like the new stuff, and I like the different world. If you're really a fan of this, you say that you enjoy the narrative and the theme, and you're drawn to Gumshoe in the 30s. You might also want to check out if you can pick up Ellery Queen, which I did a video on, which is another much lesser known, sort of less ambitious game, but it looks like it borrows something from Gumshoe and definitely borrows from Sherlock Holmes, but it's set in Manhattan in New York City, where I grew up, and it's kind of fun to travel in that different world. And it's a little bit, it's probably like 50s. I'm trying to remember, 50s. Ellery Queen was a famous set of detective books before my time. Did you replay every day over in Gumshoe or do everything and then go back to day one? The only thing putting me off with Gumshoe is replaying days is not very realistic. Well, I talk a lot about this in my video, and I talk about this in my tips on how to play it. So for those of you, I mean, I don't know who I'm talking to, but Jen and I are talking. Gumshoe has a weird system where it's set over 9 days, I believe. It's 9 or 10. 9 game days. Each day has a date. They're consecutive. They're like July 3rd, July 4th, July 5th. And they're continuing cases. They're cases that interleave. But unlike Sherlock Holmes, most of the Sherlock Holmes, where you can just spend as much time as you want trying to solve it and then you get judged based on how long you took, Gumshoe has a strict time system. It says you start your day at 8 a.m. or whenever, and your day is going to end at 5 p.m., and certain actions take different amounts of time. And sometimes you'll do something that will like cost you 3 hours, like you stake out a place. If you make that choice, there's lots of branching. It's much more, there's many more mechanical things. And it was designed so that if you played with 4 people, one person could go do one thing, one person could go do another thing, and maybe if you split up, you'd get a chance to do most things. But if you play it solo, you're only going to have enough time points to do a few things during the day. There'll be huge portions you miss on any given game day. So you're going to have to decide, do you want to play day 1 and only do some of it, and day 2 and only do some of it, and 3, and then get to the end, and then stop there and having only seen a small part of the game, and then you probably won't be able to solve most of the mysteries because you won't have seen enough. Or maybe you could try to play it and focus on one case. Or you can do what I did, which was I played the first day keeping strict track of my time. And then I basically went back and replayed that day, being a little less strict, going to the places I hadn't gone, and then replaying that day again if there were still places I missed, until I essentially played through everything on the July 3rd day, did everything, and then I moved on to the next day. It feels a little unthematic. To me, that was the only real practical way to play the game. It takes a huge commitment to play this game, Gumshoe. Like 5 hours, 6 hours per session, times 10 sessions. And there's so much repetitive stuff when you're replaying, and so much stuff to keep track of, that it would be very taxing to play the whole thing and then try to play it again to fill in gaps. And I think as a solo player, you don't see enough to really enjoy it if you just played one day's worth on each day. So I think if you're playing solo, my advice would be play each day over and over again, and just accept that you're sort of in a time loop movie and you're going back and saying, well, what would happen if I did this differently? It's still very satisfying, and that would be the way I would play it. But watch my little tips. I discuss this exact issue of deciding how you want to play it. And there are some BGG forum discussions about this issue as well. Jenna, if you like this genre, have you tried Chronicles of Crime or Detective Modern Crime board game? If you like sort of sampling these different worlds, if you're in it for the narrative and the theme, as I partly am, it's enjoyable to sample this different world. So like, you've got Gumshoe, it's just the hard-boiled detective in the 1930s. You've got Sherlock Holmes, which is taking you to the 1800s. This game is 1934 or whatever. Then you've got Mythos Tales, which is putting you in this Cthulhu Lovecraft world. But then you've also got Chronicles of Crime, which is sort of modern day, but then they came out with some expansions there's a noir expansion, which is amazing. There's a sort of young adult fantasy Redview expansion that feels different. And now their new sets are 1400, 1900, 2400. So they're the first one I know of that have cases in the future. But then there's also Vienna Connection, which is 1945, 40s, 50s, Cold War spycraft stuff, which is quite cool and I would recommend. And then Portal Games, the Detective Modern Crime board game, and Vienna Connection people are just coming out with their Dune-inspired mystery narrative game, which is going to be here in a couple weeks. And we'll probably try that live. But there's a lot to choose from. You haven't tried Chronicles of Crime. The app puts you off. Well, if any game does the app well, it's Chronicles of Crime. It is heavily app driven, that's for sure. But it is so well done, so tightly done, and so satisfying a mystery. I mean, you heard me complain about Suspects and the quality of the mystery and the satisfaction, and feeling at the end like all the parts fit together. I don't know if any game pulls that off as well and as reliably and consistently as Chronicles of Crime. It is just so tightly done. Things make sense and feel right when you figure out what the answer to the Chronicles of Crime mystery is. it makes sense and feels satisfying. I would try it. And the base set is cheap, comes with a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a must play. It doesn't give you the same feeling of reading a book that Sherlock Holmes does. Sherlock Holmes, you feel like you're reading literature while you're playing. Chronicles of Crime is not that. The case, there's a Sherlock Holmes case that's on eBay that's one of the only ones that hasn't gotten reprinted yet in a modern box. Is called Adventures by Gaslight. It's kind of like a mini campaign. And people have said it's very hard and not 100% satisfying, but kind of a unique experience. So I keep my eye on eBay for that. There's a copy now on eBay for like $70. It's a little high for me. And the other thing that makes me think, like, they keep reprinting these old expansions. They reprint one of them per box occasionally. Like Queen's Park got reprinted in the new collection, one of the newer collections. So I keep thinking that Adventures by Gaslight is going to get reprinted at some point and cleaned up and tweaked and improved. So I feel like I'll wait for that. What else you got, Jenna? Post in the comments on the YouTube videos. You say you've mentioned that you've watched a couple. It's interesting. I don't tend to post on comments, on YouTube comments, but you don't realize when you're making these YouTube videos, unless you're a popular channel, it's kind of fun to get some feedback from someone who's watched the video. I'm not sure why. It's fine if you don't. That's not going to change whether we make the videos or not, but it is kind of fun to see the comments, especially. Sometimes I think about why are we doing this channel? Why make this channel? What's the point? I don't really know the answer to that. But occasionally you wake up and you think, oh, maybe that's why. And one of the thoughts I had was, maybe you're making the channel to find your tribe. You're trying to find the people that you're like the lost family members, that you were adopted out, and you were left on the river, and you're finding the lost family members or your lost tribe. So, part of my tribe are the people who play these detective mystery games. So, like, it's nice to hear a comment from someone who's like, oh, I love this game too, or I played it. Where was I going? If you could only play through one of the detective games, which ones would you choose? Well, that's why I made that. I keep advertising my videos. But I did make that So You Want to Try a narrative detective mystery game. And the point of that video was to be like, here's a bunch of them. If you're this kind of person, try this. If you love this, try this. It's but to answer your question specifically, I think there are a bunch of them that could leave you frustrated. Detective Modern Crime board game could easily be very frustrating, and it's a campaign. You can't advise someone to take on Gumshoe, this 60-hour campaign. So you're looking probably one of the one-shots. So for me, the surest sure thing of this genre is Chronicles of Crime. That's the one that it's hard to go wrong with. Like, it's so well done. It's satisfying. The cases are satisfying. They require real skill, but they're designed well so that they lead you. There's enough clues to figure things out. The motives seem reasonable. So Chronicles of Crime would be the one that is most likely to be satisfying. But maybe the part B to answer to that is the one that might feel the most special, especially if you're a reader. The one that might transport you to a different world and really might, especially if you're playing it by yourself on a quiet afternoon without distraction, the one that's got the possibility of being sort of a sublime experience although I don't want to build it up too high, would be one of the Sherlock Holmes cases. Just because those are really, in effect, creating a kind of time travel experience that can feel very wonderful. And the box I'm most familiar with now is the Dave Neal's box. So I'm pretty comfortable recommending that. And I would definitely try that. That's a unique experience. But I would recommend Chronicles of Crime if you want to get really into solving a satisfying mystery, and Baker Street Irregulars if you want to go in for a cool experience traveling back in time. And if you like reading. What else you got? Anything else to talk about? What other games do you play besides these games, Jenna? Do you play them solo? There's so many questions. You play them solo? I assume the way you're talking that you play them solo, but it does help to have another player. It really does, because when they get lost in some train of thought, you can be like, you're reaching, or pause and say, hold on a second, we're not really ready to solve it. I guess the other side of that is it really does help to have another person and take your time. But on the other hand, these are really the only games that I do play solo. Like, I do not enjoy playing a regular board game solo. I do not. That does nothing for me. It's only the mystery games that I give me enough enjoyment to play solo. So on one hand, it would be better to play it with someone who's of like mind, but on the other hand, it's the only game that's good enough that I do play them solo. Escape the Dark Castle. I've ever tried the game Lobotomy. I haven't tried Lobotomy. Escape the Dark Castle, I know. I have one of them right there. Sorry, there. Escape the Dark Sector, the science fiction reworking of that. I've heard good things about it. I like the black and white art, but I haven't tried it yet, and I'm going to. In fact, I'm hoping that Greg and I will try it. Now I can't remember if it's a pure solo game or if it's multiplayer. We are going to do a series called Does It Co-op, where we play single player games or games that only have co-op variants and see and discuss how well they play as co-ops. I can't remember. Is Escape the Dark Castle multiplayer? I mean, is it designed to say 2 players, each person plays a character? I know there are multiple characters, but I can't remember if you're meant to play it solo or not, or if it's just an optional way you can play. Lobotomy, solo 2-handed. Okay, but it does sound like you're meant to play it. You can play it with multiple people. Lobotomy, that's not the one. I don't think I know that one. There's one game I'm thinking of where you're sort of collecting Frankenstein monster parts. But I don't think that's Lobotomy. I don't remember what that's called. Is that what I'm thinking of? Tell me what Lobotomy is about. Doesn't sound like a mystery narrative game. Like, I would know it if it was, I think. There are a couple games that are sort of mystery detective adjacent that I like. I mean, you could call all of the escape room games, and there are some really good ones, like exit games are quite good. Those don't have much story in it. But there are a couple games that I really quite liked. They're over there. They're again hidden here. Yeah, they're the Escape Tales and the Adventure Games one. And there's 3 Escape Tales and 3 Adventure games, and then there's a bunch of those subscription boxes. And I like those. I liked Escape Tales. There's a little bit. It's mostly an escape room, like puzzles, like mathematical puzzles or reasoning puzzles, and light on the narrative and heavy on the puzzles. And I can see why those would be more satisfying to some people. I like the narrative, but I like them both. Lobotomy was on Kickstarter an age ago, produced by Titan Forge. Disaster on Kickstarter. Not everyone got their copy. You got your second hand. And what is it about? Is it a mystery puzzle game? If it is, I don't know it. I remember there's a couple of big ones that were on Kickstarter. One is the Wilson Wolf Affair, which is a big, like, $300 box. Lobotomy, you're playing as a character in a mental asylum. Oh, that sounds familiar now. Yes, I know that game. It's a Table Hog. Yes, I know that game. I remember that. I remember when that was on Kickstarter. I remember being intrigued but unsure. Well, I'd like to hear how it goes. Let me know if it's good. Yes, I do remember that. You like wake up, you don't know what's going on, you don't know what to do, and you're just sort of exploring to figure out. And there's some gaming mechanics in that, I believe. Yes, okay, I know that. Yeah, it looked intriguing, actually. It looked a little homemade. You always worry with those games, like, are they sufficiently play tested? And the story games are very hard to play test, because you can only use your playtesters once, and it tends to take so long to do a playthrough. People are so different. One person will encounter and think certain things are happening. These games are very hard to get right. In fairness to the designers, these are very difficult games to get right. Yeah. So Genesis is a very good game, but the rulebook is huge. The writing in the rulebook is unfortunately not the best, and needs a lot of print-offs from BGG. Yeah. Did you miss the stream? Only by 5 hours, but it'll still be on YouTube. You can watch it later, but don't watch it if you're going to play the game. Hi, Duke of Zill. Yeah, you missed it. You didn't miss that much, though. It's always a question, who would watch these streams. Like, if you like this genre, you probably want to play the game, so you wouldn't watch the stream. And if you don't like the genre, don't watch the stream. How was case 1 and 2? Well, I was frustrated. I did not love it. I did not love the experience. But I take on a little bit of the blame myself. I had plenty to say in each of the videos. I time-stamped. So I put, this is the third case I played, the introduction, and then this is the first 2 cases. I guess I'll probably play case 3, maybe even tomorrow on another live stream. But I could give some advice about playing it, and I probably will. I'll probably do a quick before you buy and try to warn people on how I would play them a little differently. This would be a good candidate game, actually, for reading some advice from someone who's played it already about where to step lightly, where to be a little careful. But I found it frustrating. I like the mechanical parts of the system, but I was not thrilled by the writing or the mystery or the nature of the solutions and the motives, and just the nature of the core heart of what you're trying to solve didn't work for me. But part of that was was my own fault. I'll take some responsibility, and part of it is from trying to play it live, or trying to play it and solve it right away. Maybe this is a game that probably would benefit from taking a walk and a break before you try to complete it, but you'll have to watch my review for my thoughts. Yeah, pick it up and play it, and then what's the ideal case? The ideal case is you buy it, you play it, don't watch the videos. What's the rush? And then, in an ideal world, you had enough interesting time playing it, and maybe questions, maybe thoughts that you want to talk about, like where it worked for you, where it didn't, that you could skim through my playthrough and see where we went on different tracks, and then we could talk about it in the comments, where you disagree with me, and how you encountered the game differently. That's sort of the best case scenario. So the videos are here. Go get it, play it, and then I want to hear what you thought, especially, these are great games for that. These are games that it would be nice to talk to someone about. Like, I'd like to talk to someone about whether they agree with me that the writing was not quite, well, I won't say anymore, but it would be fun to talk about your take on it, if you agree with me, if you don't. And, this genre is so enjoyable that even the games that don't quite work are still fun to try, and they're interesting. It's fascinating to see people try different systems. Yeah. Dave Neal watched the playthroughs that I did, and he found it interesting to watch. So you might think on paper, like, God, no, if I've just spent 3 hours playing this case, why would I watch someone else play it? But, they're games where it's just about your mental process and when you figure things out and what false leads you go by. So there's some curiosity to see how others handle that same information. Where did they get sidetracked where you didn't? Where did you get sidetracked where they didn't? In the same way that it's enjoyable to play this with another person who you can bounce ideas off of and brainstorm with. If you're playing these games solo, sometimes it's fun doesn't help you because you've already taken your shot at solving it, but sometimes it can be fun to see how other people handled it. Yes, Vienna Connection, the designers came in. That was fun. That was fun for me, and maybe it was interesting for them to see someone play it. Well, I was just telling Jenna that, Vienna Connection was based on Ignacy Trzewiczek's Detective: A Modern Crime board game, which I've played. And they've made a Dune game set in the Dune sci-fi universe based on detective system, which seems bizarre. But it's due to arrive in a couple weeks. I believe the website will go live on October 15th. I played Vienna Connection live on the night it went live, and I may do the same for Dune, at least the first mission. I'm wary. I'm completely confused at how it's going to work, what it's going to be, but I'm curious. Dune House of Secrets, yours is arriving tomorrow. Okay, excellent. Well, you can't play it. You won't be able to play it tomorrow. It arrives tomorrow, but the website unlocks for everyone at the same time on October 15th. So you'll only be able to play it on October 15th. But if you play it on October 15th and I play it on October 15th, then we can talk about it the next day. I'll have to see if I can get Greg to play it. I mean, he loves Dune. He doesn't love Detective Modern Crime board game. And he doesn't love playing live on the channel. And he really doesn't like playing these detective games live on the channel and doing like a 5-hour thing. So The odds aren't great that Greg will play it with me, but I'm doing the little Huckleberry Finn, painting the fences, doing these live streams by myself, having fun. And maybe he'll watch them and be like, oh, he won't watch them, but maybe he'll be like, oh, Jesse seems to be having fun. I don't get it. Maybe I'll try again. But after the last live Q&A we did, Greg said, it wasn't even after, it was later. It was like, I got to tell you, no more live Q&A for me. So Greg really does not want to do the live stuff. Although he didn't mind doing the live thing when it was 2 hours talking about Lord of the Rings with him answering questions. When it was all Greg talking, answering questions for 2 hours, he didn't seem to mind that too much. More story-based, not crime-solving. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Well, you could see already with Vienna Connection, they were drifting away from having you have to get right and wrong answers. But I liked Vienna Connection quite a bit. I thought it was a fascinating experience. So I'm willing to give the Dune version a try. But I will say this. The most enjoyable part of Vienna Connection was that giant stack of 8.5 by 11 documents, 100 of them. That was phenomenal. And that's not in Dune. So I do not know. What are they going to give us instead? I don't know. What else are you thinking about playing, Duke or Jenna? The Duke of Zil, does that have a meaning that I don't know? A giant map. Well, a map would be nice. What is the Duke? Where does the Duke of Zil come from? Is that a reference to something? I'd like to see more games where there's a big giant map that's sort of... I would like to see more detective narrative mystery games with big maps that you explore. I mean, Sherlock Holmes, that's a very enjoyable part of Sherlock Holmes, looking at that big map and getting to go anywhere and read about it. Felix the Cat movie. Okay, well, I watched Felix the Cat as a kid, the show. With his little magical bag of tricks. I don't remember a movie, though. What was I going to ask? Something. Oh, no, I forgot. Any other games you guys are looking forward to playing? Or games you'd like to see us review? We're going to try, we'll probably do it's ironic. We keep saying, okay, we're not going to do playthroughs, but then playthroughs are just the easiest thing to do solo. But I think we're going to try to focus more on reviews and discussions and less on playthroughs. 1988. Okay. I haven't tried Sherlock Files yet. It's sitting there. I think are there expansions yet for that? I think there are. No, I have Sherlock Files there, but I haven't played it yet. I'll tell you the game I'm going to play very soon. I almost played it instead of Suspects, which is the Fire and Alderstein one-shot mystery game that's quite well regarded. And the box, it's sort of like almost feels like one of those subscription boxes like Hunt a Killer. And I remember what else I was going to say. But it almost looks like a subscription box, but it's a one-off. There are other iterations, but they're German. The only English one is Fire and Alderstein. And I keep meaning to play it, but I'm going to play it very soon. Alba role-playing book. I don't know what that is. 4 volumes, 3 cases. Is it soloable? Is it a game or is it role-playing? I mean, is it a puzzly game or is it role-playing with dice that requires multiple players? The question I was going to ask, Death in Antarctica, I don't know what that is. Is that German? Is that German from that series or is that something else I don't know about? You know what I'd love to know? What the lag is between you asking a question and me reading it. So Jenna says, was on Kickstarter. It's a literal book that will be in bookstores next year. Okay. 3 English cases from the fire and all. There are, really. I did not know that. I thought they were only German. I thought Fire and Alderstein was the only one available to English audience. Well, Death in Antarctica, that has a sort of Thing vibe, the Thing movie vibe. That sounds intriguing. All right, I got to play Fire and Alderstein soon. How did you like... Oh, you said it was pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I heard good things about it in Australia. Well, if they're in Australia, if they're in English, then I can get my hands on them. Has anyone been following the hype and Kickstarter for Nikki Valens' game, Artisans of Splendid Vale? I've been looking at it. I think I talked about it a little bit on the live Q&A. Underwood Cellars, Death in Antarctica, and Fire and Alderstein. All right, I'm going to try to get my hands on this. I guess I should play Fire and Alderstein first, but I did not know they were available in English. That's exciting. 10 seconds. Oh, that's pretty long, but okay, I guess it's manageable. So I did a 12-part playthrough of Legacy of Dragonholt, which is a narrative game, a sort of choose-your-own-adventure game that gets mentioned a lot with the genre of narrative games like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Sort of read a paragraph, choose what to do, and read another paragraph. And I had very mixed feeling with Legacy of Dragonholt. Some people really love it, and it didn't quite work for me. But it was still a real accomplishment, and I'm likewise curious how Artisans of Splendid Vale will develop that. And it's nice to see a game that's someone's passion project and really reflects their views and thoughts. So, but Artisans of Splendid Vale is not really meant to be played solo. It's in book form. Each character has a book. So I can't wait to read reviews of it. Some deep dive reviews by people who review it critically, who aren't just gonna gush over it and have never played another board game before. I want some real in-depth gamer reviews of that, and from people who played these other games and can put it in context, because I'm curious about it. I'm almost curious to buy it just to look inside it and read how it works. Other thoughts? What is the longest stream on live Q&A stream on YouTube? Could you just set it up and sit here for 48 hours talking? I guess it's been done, I'm sure. 48 hours isn't that long. Oh, Tales of the Arabian Nights. I'm sure I've played it. I mean, I had some very fun experiences playing Tales of the Arabian Nights, and I played it a long time ago with non-gamers who loved the experience. There's a big giant book of stuff you read when you do actions. There's a sort of game involved, but it's very chaotic. It's hard to know. It's presented as a game. It's not like there's no mystery to solve, but you you travel places, you do actions, and you read from this big paragraphs of book. But it's it's fun. It's very lighthearted. It's silly. You get turned into a frog, or weird beasts change your gender, or attack you, or very fantastical world. And it's fun. It's very chaotic. And there's a little bit of, like, there's a game you're trying to win, you're trying to beat people to win. And if you go into it with the right attitude, it can be pretty funny and pretty fun. Well, Gumshoe, yeah. Well, Jenna was just saying she's got Gumshoe on order. It's about ready to arrive, and she's going to try it. It's work. Playing Gumshoes requires some real work, but it's a pretty unique experience. What you can get it? It's not unavailable. You can get it on eBay. There are copies on eBay all the time. They're just expensive. You got to spend $100. But you keep your eye open. Try to get the second edition. First edition is much harder to play. You can get it on eBay though. Keep watch for it. See if you can pick up a copy for $70 or so if you get lucky. Like most things in this world, if you throw enough money at it, you can solve it right away. Otherwise, you gotta go in for the long game and watch, wait and watch and pounce. Well, I definitely did not pay $400. I think I paid probably $80 or so. Shipping to Australia, yeah, possibly. Sleeping Gods is another one of these games. I mean, Ryan Walkett loves putting these narrative books that you read from, and most of them are fairly light. Like, there's little choices that you read a thing, you decide whether you want to save this person or steal from this person, whatever. And they're not really continuing stories or very deep. But Sleeping Gods looks like it could be the real game with this narrative giant world. I mean, that looks like one of the best candidates for a game where narrative story is mixed with an epic sprawling real game. And I hope we can get back into that soon. We played a little bit of it, but then we got distracted by other stuff. So hopefully Greg and I will play more of that. I have not played Watson and Holmes. I do know I've seen it. I'm trying to remember, is that the competitive one where you're visiting a place to look at a little bit of a clue, and then you're all competing to see the clues in the center and trying to solve it before anyone else? Or am I wrong? Is that something else I'm thinking? Yeah, that's the one. A sequel is on the way. That is interesting. Duke of Zill says it is competitive. That's the one that I was thinking of. But a sequel is on the way with new backwards compatible co-op rules. Well, color me skeptical. Any game where it's like, well, it also has co-op, but it's competitive, and it has solo, and it has co-op, like, that raises the red flags for me. There's so many good games, it's hard to justify playing a game that's, only mediocre variant. So, but let me know. Let me know if it's good. All right, I think maybe we'll start to wind this down. Any last comments from the audience before we end this? I may be back tomorrow night. I don't want to promise because, boy, when I finish this game, that's 2 in a row. I was like determined today to go into it with a good attitude, take my time, but it's hard after 4.5 hours. You're kind of like, I want to see what the solution is, especially if you don't really trust the designers to have explanations for things. And I mean, in fairness, that trust wasn't fully earned, but it was earned a little bit more than I gave them credit for. So maybe I should have tried to resolve 1 or 2 threads. All right. I think we're going to wrap it up. Yep. Okay, folks. Thanks for watching, joining, chatting. I'll see you next time, which might be tomorrow. And you can watch at some point my review and before you buy it video for Suspects. And I'll see you next time.